We're going to hear from the police chief and the police union on, folks don't want to give cops love here, but I do. What they pulled off at Pitt with these protesters. Pitt police kicked ass. Pittsburgh police kicked ass. I mean, really did the right thing. No one got roughed up. No one got angry at cops. Just really cool way to handle.
And it was right at the boiling point for a moment.
Sunday.
But it was surprising to a lot of people to wake up and find that they were all gone.
God bless them. The protesters and the cops. This is what law enforcement should be about. They did a hell of a job, the men. Also, I got a woman who's going to call us live who has been in an emergency room trying to get a psychiatrist for her son for nearly 2 days. It's that difficult out there. You got to hear this story. It's dramatic, brother.
How do people find help? Check them out. Marty Griffin coming up 10 to 2. Thanks, Marty.
Sure, brother.
9:55 at KDKA from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. And here's Brandon Rossai.
Thank you, Larry. The Parkway West inbound remains jammed from the top of Green Tree Hill until the Fort Pitt tunnels. That's the heaviest traffic right now in the area. And on the Parkway East, there's a good amount of volume coming through, and it is pretty slow starting by Edgewood Avenue, but it is moving slowly and surely into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And also a reminder, HOV lanes close in just 5 minutes. With AAA traffic on the 5s, I'm Brandon Rossai on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
When you're in an accident, besides wondering, am I going to fully recover and pay my bills? You want to know, how much is my case worth? Some injury law firms tell you, call us to find out how much your case is worth. What they don't tell you is that whatever your case is worth is meaningless if there's not enough insurance. A $200,000 claim may settle for only $15,000 because that is the only insurance coverage available. Protect yourself and your family from people who are not insured or those who have minimal coverage or underinsured. That's why you need to go to Shenderovich and Fishman, their website at 98twins.com. Find out why it's so important to have full tort, stacked, uninsured, and underinsured coverage. Shenderovich and Fishman, by the way, their fee is only 25%, not 40%. Shenderovich and Fishman, they've got your back, not your wallet.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The KDKA mobile news fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington, Wexford, and Uniontown. Visit ShorkeyKia.com today.
Get more for your valuables by coming to Treasure Hunt. Whether you're buying or selling gold and silver jewelry or coins, diamonds, sterling silver, or collectible coins, our friendly, well-trained staff is always ready to help. No appointment necessary. Stop in today and experience the Treasure Hunt difference for yourself. Visit our website at treasurehuntjewelry.com to find one of our 10 convenient locations. Treasure Hunt. No one treats you better.
Better Than Ezra, live in concert. Friday, May 17th, 7 p.m., the Event Center at Rivers Casino. A night with all your favorites. Better Than Ezra. riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino for tickets.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you ready for Mother's Day? Macy's Friends and Family is going on right now. It's the perfect time to save on the perfect gift for mom with an extra 30% off designers that rarely go on sale when you use your coupon or Macy's card. And take 15% off makeup, fragrances, and more beauty favorites show love. Plus, get your Mother's Day gifts even faster when you pick up in-store or curbside. Today at Macy's. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
68 and overcast at 10 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Two contrasting scenes this morning in Pittsburgh and New York City. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators left their tents near Pitt and Shenley Park, but at Columbia University, protesters refused to break up their encampments. Then they smashed windows in a building on campus, barricading themselves inside. This Jewish student was there and called on the group to stop.
I actually hopped over a table and then they left me alone, and they've just been targeting students, whomever they can find, calling them Zionists, and if you hear them, they chant, "We don't want no Zionists here." So to me, that's a genocidal call, and that's a threat.
Columbia administrators closed off a large section of the campus to only students today who have school IDs. Last night, 3 suspects linked to a gun shop robbery in Mercer County were arrested in Mount Washington. They're accused of crashing a car into second-count firearms today. Make that yesterday morning, leaving with several weapons. Another car was stolen to get away. Pittsburgh police officers spotted it. They arrested the suspects and recovered the firearms. Mercer Police Chief Robert Davis talked with KDKA TV.
You have guns out there that, should be tracked, and they're out there in the public, stolen. Yeah, it's very dangerous.
There was another gun store robbery Sunday in Shenango Township, Lawrence County. It isn't known yet if the robberies are connected. Something fairly disturbing is happening. The infestation of spotted lanternflies, and as News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander reports, they're almost too small to detect.
We won't see them until August or September, when they will seem to be everywhere. They will target trees and vineyards. It'll be quite a nuisance. Andy Amrine of EV True Value says you can try and take action now.
You can spray, you can kill. It's just because of how small they are. You would really have to be a good aim to hit right on them, or you're just going to do a broad spray and, hopefully you're hitting the right spot and killing them.
Well, Andy says this might be the worst year yet. The spotted lanternfly should go way of the stink bug and be under control within a year or two. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 225 points at 38,162. The NASDAQ is down 5 points, and the S&P is down 6. KDKA Sports, Pitt and WVU renew a long-running rivalry tonight at PNC Park. News Radio KDK's Jeff Hathorn has the story.
Tonight will be the 210th meeting between the two baseball programs, with West Virginia winning the earlier matchup 2 weeks ago in front of a record crowd in Morgantown. Final was 6-3. 5 different WVU players drove in a run in that game. Mountaineers head coach Randy Mazey has already announced he's retiring after the season, and for him, one last shot at Pitt. Join Susie Cool and I at 7 for a special radio broadcast. Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
Also, Oakland 5, Pittsburgh 1 last night. The Pirates had a season-low 2 hits while losing for the 5th time in 6 games. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, your roofer with thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:03. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. During their 46th anniversary sale, save 30% off their full line of exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. Call 412-655-8411. Overcast 68 in Pittsburgh now. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 24-25 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring legendary composer Andrew Lloyd Webber, Liz Cheney, historian Annette Gordon-Reed, and Supreme Court correspondent Nina Totenberg. The Pittsburgh Speaker Series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort. Like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Folks, my favorite town to visit, Oakmont. Here's why. The Lot at Edgewater. Carnivores. The Pub at 333. Hofstadt's. Great restaurant. Great food. Great service. Cigar bar at The Lot. Oakmont is a town you can walk around. You can enjoy it. You can park. There's no problems. It's a wonderful, wonderful atmosphere with great food. The Lot at Edgewater, Carnivores, 333, and Hofstadt's. Amazing food, Oakmont. From the PZ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. I love Genesis. Brandon, good morning, sir. What's up?
Good morning, Marty. And right now I'm taking a look at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cameras, and there is an accident on the Parkway West inbound that's going up Green Tree Hill. Traffic is log jammed due to this accident right as you get around the bend after Carnegie Heidelberg. And once you get past this accident, the traffic backs up once again right around the first S bend going down the hill. Meanwhile, the Parkway East traffic is continuing to decrease as now it's down to the Edgewood Swissvale off-ramp into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. With AAA traffic, I'm Brandon Ross on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be mostly cloudy with a couple of showers, even a thunderstorm and a high not far from 70. Some clearing later tonight, though, 50. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny and warmer in the afternoon with a high back up near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Andy Amrine here for my favorite sustainable gardening product, Pit Moss. Better Homes and Gardens named Pit Moss the #1 overall potting and peat-free soil. It's lightweight and requires 2/3 less water. For beautiful plants, buy Pit Moss at your local hardware or garden center.
It's the Big K Big Three.
Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health. The biggest 3 stories of the day on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
An American tragedy. An American tragedy. 4 cops killed in Charlotte last night. That's our wound. That's our gaping hole. That's our loss. Story number 2. 14-year-old girl takes on a school district and wins. Sort of, you got to hear this. And dramatic live interview with a mother with her son in an emergency room for 24 hours, and all she wants to do is see a psychiatrist. Cannot miss this stuff. My man Ryan, did we find something out of Charlotte, brother? Yeah? You have it to run? Yeah, do it. We're going to play this first, and we're going to talk to Bob Schwartzwalder.
4 law officers were killed and 4 wounded after a shootout in North Carolina.
We lost some heroes.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Chief Johnny Jennings says a U.S. Marshals task force trying to serve a warrant killed a suspect outside a Charlotte home Monday after he opened fire on them. Risa Rain was cleaning her house when she heard the first shots.
The second set of shots, I'm like, maybe somebody got a new gun, they're practicing. The third set of shots, I'm like, nah, something's going on.
Jennings says a second wave of officers who rushed to the rescue were wounded by a second shooter firing from inside the home.
After a long standoff, we were able to clear this residence.
A high-powered rifle was seized and a woman and 17-year-old male were taken away. One of the agents killed was from the Marshals Service. 2 other victims were officers from the State Department of Adult Correction. Jennings says a 4th victim died a few hours later at the hospital.
We'll always be indebted to Officer Iyer for his bravery and his sacrifice.
I'm Jennifer King.
God. I just can't get over the pain of this stuff. I can't imagine the horror of the call. Man. I had to reach out to the man who knows and who lives this and breathes this. Bob Schwartzwalder, Police Union President. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Marty. Thanks for having me on this horrible, tragic day.
No, it's tough to manage, is it not? Because when an officer dies, part of you dies, does it not, sir?
Yeah, every law enforcement officer, their families, and in the community that loves them, you know, a piece of all of us die whenever this tragedy occurs. And you know, we had our own here, and my hearts go out to all those law enforcement officers in the Carolinas there.
You sent me some information yesterday, numbers about the number of cops shot that scares the crap out of me and should scare the crap out of every American and law enforcement officer. Do you mind running through that, sir?
Yeah, so the National Fraternal Order of Police, and primarily the National Vice President, Joe Giamatti, he tracks all this data. And the National FOP has been tracking it for a long period of time, probably about the last decade. And what we've determined, the National FOP has determined that a police officer at a minimum is shot every 22 hours in this country. I mean, that's a casualty rate on par with warfare and combat and between nations. And it's a tragedy. And the sad part is, and I'll never forget this, when the Law Enforcement Memorial first was inaugurated back in 1991, I attended that inauguration. And there was all these blank spaces on the Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, and there was a guy there engraving the new names. And I said, man, there's a lot of space here. And he looked right at me. I'll never forget this day. It still sends chills 30 years later. He said, don't worry, we're going to fill it up. He said, we're going to fill the space up. And we've been filling it up every year since.
Hey, Bob, kind of give folks perspective on how this lines up with last year's numbers and how dramatically frightening this is, too.
Well, it's a roughly 68% increase of those that have been shot. Wow. So we've more than, essentially doubled it. We're almost going to, and I think we're going to achieve it. It's sad. I really hate to say that because I hate to cast that upon my own profession, but we're probably going to exceed that number this year. We're probably going to exceed it and nearly double it.
So the numbers are up nearly 68%. Last year had nearly 400 officers shot, which is a 60% increase since 2018. What the hell is going on there? What is that? A more violent culture, lack of respect for cops, manpower shortage, training issues? What the hell is that, Bob, that's causing this?
Well, it's probably a combination of all those items that you just listed there, but primarily it's an overall loss of the function of society where laws are made to be broken. I mean that's just what I've noticed in my 36-year career is this slow erosion process, and now it's here. It's like when you get rust on a car, right? If you attend to it right away, you can make it go away, but that's not what we're doing in society right now. We're letting society slowly erode, and hopefully shows like yours, the politicians will get off their butts and start doing something, and not just have momentary rhetoric where they're in support of police, but for the last and this, for the last several years they've been bashing the police, but then you have a tragedy and then everybody has to wake up at least for 24 hours.
No, it's the biggest hypocrisy. It's the biggest hypocrisy on earth.
Yeah.
We hate cops. No, we're sorry. There's 4 dead. We love them today. It's cool now. We're cool. Let's all join hands. Even though I said you suck yesterday, right?
Yep, That's exactly right. And that's what you see. And when you get these tragedies, and here's what we have to always keep in mind, too. Those families of those slain officers shattered forever.
Oh, yeah.
They'll never recover. No way. They'll never recover from this. I mean, if you look at our own tragedy here, we still have the memorials. Cops still show up. They cry. The families of those slain officers cry every year on 4409 and other events of other officers we've lost. And it's shattered forever. Like, you'll never put the pieces back together.
Well, the Shulos are my friends. In fact, Paul Shulo's first girlfriend when they were like 8 years old was my mother. So that's how the world we live in.
Wow.
And Paul and Sue Shulo, and he's died more than 10 years ago, obviously, they still haven't changed his bedroom in their house. For those who think that you can get away from this and you can live beyond the death of your son in this manner, you can't, sir, can you?
That's exactly right, Marty, and it is so tragic. And when I've met obviously his parents several times, and you just see the devastation is still there. I mean, you'll get a smile, you get a friendly conversation, but you could see the devastation on their faces every time you talk to them.
Hey, man, can you hang?
Yes, sir.
I want to get more local. I want to talk about a numbers game. I want to talk about how you and your people resolve this issue in Pitt and more things. Hang in there, Bob. It's good stuff. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Brandon, you're the man.
Thank you very much, Marty. And a couple of crashes to report currently. The first one is on the Parkway West inbound going up Green Tree Hill. That's nearly at the top of the hill. The traffic is bumper to bumper as you get around the bend after the Carnegie Heidelberg exit, which adds on to an already busy Parkway West inbound, which is backed until the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The second crash is over on McKnight Road. It's at the intersection of Blazer Drive, just about a quarter mile before McKnight merges with Perry Highway. There's issues on both sides, but looks like the southbound side of McKnight Road off the Perry Highway exit is pretty jammed much more significantly. With AAA Traffic, I'm Brandon Rothstein, the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Home sweet home. That's where a lot of us feel most comfortable these days. But what about going back to the doctor? Better yet, you can see your primary care doctor virtually without leaving the comfort of your home sweet home. Healthy is happening right now with video visits from AHN. Because providing care just the way you like it is living proof. Visit ahn.org/video visits.
The team of chiropractic physicians at Tri-State Neuropathy Center's Pittsburgh offices get results.
My legs were on fire from my toes to my knees. They were numb. I've gone to 46 doctors. I was desperate. Believe me, I was desperate. I would do anything to get better because my life wasn't the life I wanted. It's the first time I'm able to walk. I couldn't walk more than 3-4 steps. Now I can walk blocks.
And I went to doctors and they'd give me pills. My improvement has gone 60% and I'm on my way to 100%.
Don't listen to the neurologist when they tell you there's nothing that can be done. And once the nerve is dead, it's dead. Because there is something that can be done. I'm living proof of that.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Suffering from neuropathy? Visit marydanston.com or call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000 for Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, serving the greater Pittsburgh area.
Happy Hour begins this Thursday at 7 p.m. You're invited to join me, Gene Rudnicki of Vicini Distributing Company in the Beer Garden. On tap this week, Callie Friedlander from Lost Coast Brewing in the Beer Garden this Thursday at 7, FM 100.1 and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hello, I'm business broker Bruce Violet, and I often get asked, what's the best business to get into these days? Well, the answer is the all-new home-based franchise businesses, available in hundreds of different business categories. Ever dreamed of owning your own business, working from home at an extremely affordable cost? Well, now you can, and together we can make it happen. To learn more, visit my website at OpportunityU.com. That's OpportunityU.com, or call 800-980-2040.
CBS Eye on Veterans, presented by University of Maryland Global Campus.
CEO of the Pat Tillman Foundation, Catherine Steele, reflects on the type of Army Ranger Tillman was after already being a football star in the NFL for the Cardinals.
Once he did join, he was famously and notoriously hard to get interviews with because he was like, hey, I'm not special, right? This is not about me because I happen to be in the NFL. There are people that are, shoulder to shoulder with me doing the same thing. They are equally as important in this effort, which is, I think, why as a foundation, we really look for veterans and active duty and military spouses that have that sense of humble leadership about them because it's who Pat was.
Catch every episode of 60 Minutes, America's most watched news magazine show, as a podcast. Hear in-depth investigations across politics, news, and entertainment on your schedule. Listen to 60 Minutes wherever you get your podcasts.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Marty. I'm here to stay. 10 to 2. If you don't like it, you're going to love it real soon. Ariana Bazzi joining me this morning. How are you today?
Good morning. Great. How are you?
Fantastic. And my man Patrick's here. Hey, my partner in this madness we call Get Marty. Tell folks how they can watch this on the stream. He's been here every day setting this up. It's very cool.
Yeah, right now we're streaming on the X platform, Facebook, Instagram, across the board.
Wow.
So go to the Get Marty Facebook, Instagram, and X pages, and you'll find us streaming right there.
Ariana, you made an observation about my dress. I have styled up since I took over the big slot here.
It's an improvement.
It's
for
big,
sure.
isn't it?
We got a nice polo collared shirt.
Yeah.
The whole collar.
I am so smooth when I want to be.
And I saw a picture. You were wearing a suit over the
Whoa,
weekend.
sharp.
Whoa.
Sharp.
Yep. Stepping out.
With her man.
Stepping out.
She's marrying a wonderful young man. I'm serious about this. That young man gets it. Big time. We'll talk about that more as we progress through the show here today. Meantime, Police Union President Bob Schwartzwalder joining us. My man, so I sent you this report yesterday. I think it was last week. It was on ABC. It said, for the first time in a multitude of years, hiring is increasing in police departments, right? You got that number, right?
Well, I saw the article you sent me, yes.
But it's not happening in Pittsburgh, sir. That's a flat-out fact, is it not, brother?
We're in the complete we're polar opposites to that article, Marty. We can't hire. We are losing people so rapidly that we cannot replace them. We lost 102 last year between resignations and retirements. This year we've already had 12 resignations. We have 2 more burning their leave time before they go on to other police departments. And then my wave of retirements, the way we have it set up, we typically get a wave in July because it's set up that way with the pension system, and then also in December. And you're going to get 2 huge waves there, and we haven't even replaced any of the resignations that we had last year. Not the retirements, just the officers that resigned and went to other PDs. We haven't even replaced those yet. We've hired, but we've not caught the numbers back up.
So why are all the major cities in America and cities the size of Pittsburgh, Columbus, Cleveland, hiring more cops, and we're getting rid of more cops? What the hell's going on here that's unique, sir?
Well, we have a difficult. I don't know how else to convince this administration. It is not competitive, Marty. We are not in a competitive.
The money thing.
Correct.
Right,
it's pay and benefits. That's exactly right. And they just and here's what's going to happen. They're paying. I've already been warned about this. From the administration, that we've already exceeded. We're close to 40% of exceeding our budgeted overtime already.
Saw that.
Right now, and we're only in April, so we're at 40% of exhausting that overtime budget now, and we still have 8 more months. And the summer's not here, and you know how it is in the summer's here.
Oh yeah,
and everything that goes on. So we're going to exhaust that budget. I would estimate we're going to exhaust the overtime budget by the end of June, maybe July 1st.
They gave you the biggest raise, they would argue, in, 15 years. The money ain't coming. There ain't no money, honey. We ain't paying you guys over $100,000. To hell with it. Good luck to you. That's pretty much the message you get, is it not?
Yeah, that and other benefit problems, that is correct. And then when you have the lack of support, the city law department, every time we win a case, a discipline case or anything, they just appeal and appeal and appeal and appeal. And they just spend taxpayers' dollars like there's no tomorrow. It's a lack of respect for their general police officers, and the cops are just fed up. They're just going to go, hey, when I have an opportunity to go somewhere else or when the opportunity strikes me for retirement, I'm taking it.
Hold on.
That's what they're doing.
My man, if I'm a cop and someone outside the city is going to pay me $100,000 and the city's paying me $65,000, why would I stay here, brother?
That's it. You're right.
Come on, man.
You know, Marty, it's a matter of economics. That's why we keep losing very talented police officers.
Hell yeah.
With their, and they leave. Half of the county homicide unit are ex-city cops.
Yep, true.
Because as soon as they had their minimum retirement, they left and they went over to the county homicide unit.
Here's what they argue.
Great for the county.
By the way, here's what they argue, and here's what Larry argues. He's coming on at 10:35. I get it, but I got a much bigger department, and I don't have enough money to pay him, and I can't. That doesn't help you, though, does it?
Well, he's in a tough spot. You know, I've had many conversations with the chief, and we have these conversations. You remember, you know, Larry's appointed. You know, Chief Scarratta's appointed. So, you know, he has to make do with what he has, or he's out of a job.
Right. He's with the mayor right now, by the way. With the mayor right now.
He's with the mayor now?
Right now. And at the end of the day, he can't fix. You can't play 11-man football with 7 guys, brother, can you?
That's correct. And no running backs. You know, so you have no running backs for a quarterback, and that's the problem. You're draining people, and you can't replace them because you're not competitive. That's the bottom line.
Right on. Right on. And it will not change. It'll get worse.
That's correct. That's correct. And it's going to get worse. We are definitely, if you count our people on various leaves, like their, you know, military leave, workers' comp, you know, from injuries, we are below 700 right now.
Whoa.
We are below 700.
What would you feel comfortable at, sir?
Well, we were doing pretty well when we were around 900.
Yeah.
We were doing pretty well. And you still got to watch the events because they've had, in order to have this event, we got the marathon right around the corner. Marty, you've had me on the show.
Right.
I don't know how many times talking about this stuff. The only way they can do it is what they're going to do right now.
Mandatory overtime.
Violate the contract. They're going to violate the. That's what I tell you. I'm boring. I'm kind of boring guest.
No,
you know,
it's
when you have me on, you go.
Hey, before I let you go, we got to give love to your guys and to Larry for doing an amazing job at Pitt. Seriously, man. Everyone else in the country is fighting rioters. They're burning stuff. They're taking over buildings. They're assaulting cops. Not here. Your men, his people, handled it magnificently. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think they did a really good job considering what they could have had happen, like in New York and so on.
Yep.
They did a really good job. Yeah.
Bob, you're a great man and a good friend, and you always tell the truth, and that's very cool. Thanks, man.
Okay, Marty. Thanks for having me. Have a good day.
Peace. It's an unfixable situation. If I'm a young man in Pittsburgh, and I love the burg and I like the action, I work in the streets in Pittsburgh as a cop, because they do. There's a buzz to it. But I'm making $65,000, and the county pays $105,000. Huh? Where am I working? Huh? Please, I'm out of here.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, So is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
At Coons Market, freshness is everywhere.
You can hear it throughout all 8 Coons Market locations.
Experience butchers at work on Coons tender meat cuts.
Gentle water spraying on Coons nutrient-rich produce.
Or Coons Bakery ovens signaling that their handmade artisan products are fresh, warm, and ready.
All grocers sell foods, but Coons sells freshness and puts it on sale every day. This week, find
from the Coons Fresh Produce Department, delicious red ripe California strawberries, 1-pound packages, 2 for $5. Fresh Florida sweet corn, 6 ears for only $3. In the Coons Seafood Department, farm-raised fresh salmon fillets on sale for just $9.99 per pound. And in the Coons Deli, freshly prepared spinach and pine nut pasta salad, only $5.99 per pound.
Super savings!
Experience Coons freshness every day with savings you can see on Coons Rewards Card.
Shop at one of Coons' 8 store locations or shop online at coonsmarket.com for convenient curbside pickup.
Coons Market,
a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hey, this is Lisa. It has been 2 unbelievable years since I bought Nest Expressions Window Fashions in Wexford. I have been doing what I love best, draperies and blinds for every type of home and every budget. 724-933-5500.
From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Overcast and 68. At 10:30, I'm Paul Rasmussen. A Pittsburgh teen was killed late last night in Troy Hill. The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 18-year-old David Rivera was shot around 11:30 p.m. at a home on Heckelman Street and died a few minutes later. Rivera is one of several men accused of punching and kicking a homeless man in Market Square in February. The assault was caught on video. Rivera had a preliminary hearing on an aggravated assault charge scheduled next week. Tree pollen counts are expected to be very high through early May. Here's News Radio KDKA Susie Cool.
According to a 2024 report by the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America, pollen seasons now start 20 days earlier and last 10 days longer compared to 30 years ago. As a result of the new trends, many parents and children who may not have had seasonal allergies in the past are now suffering. And here's one thing AHN's Russell Traster says you can do to try and mitigate the symptoms.
Avoidance, which is quite difficult. But there are a few things you can do. You can keep your windows closed during this time of year to your house, keeping your car windows up as well. If you need to keep cool, use your air conditioner. That can just keep pollen out of the car.
Additionally, you can wipe off before coming back indoors. Susie Cole, News Radio, KDKA.
Bass Pro Shops is adding a new store in South Fayette Township's Newbury Market, just off I-79 near Bridgeville. This will be the first Bass Pro Shop in the region, set to open in early 2026. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 196 points at 38,190. The Nasdaq down 70 points, and the S&P is down 19. KDKA Radio News Time 10:31. Our next update at 11. I'm Paul Rasmussen on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Larry Richard for PGT Trucking. My wife tells me to hit the road all the time. When you join the PGT family of truck drivers, you'll be paid well to hit the road. Consider a career that offers growth, job satisfaction, and weekends at home with your family. Visit pgttrucking.com, a Pittsburgh-based company that's celebrating over 40 years in the flatbed carrier industry. Become one of the proud professionals of PGT Trucking. That's pgttrucking.com for a career that pays you to hit the road.
Pittsburgh CLO has got your map to a summer of musicals. A new season filled with Broadway-caliber musicals across 3 venues. At the Benedum Center, West Side Story, The Color Purple, and Music Man. At the Greer Cabaret Theater, Lady Day at Emerson's Bar and Grill, and Young Frankenstein. At the Byam Theater, Seussical. You're on the road to a summer of musical memories. Tickets to all shows now on sale. Visit PittsburghCLO.org.
Larry Richard with legendary sports broadcaster Lanny Fratteri, who recently used La China Drapery and Blind Factory. Lanny, how'd it go?
Larry, La China made it easy. A great selection of quality materials, plenty of expert advice, and flawless installation. I've been around a lot of pros in my lifetime, and La China's the best game in town.
Call 412-665-4900 today for a free shop at home appointment. 412-665-4900.
La China Drapery and Blind Factory, the quality you deserve at factory direct prices.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you one of the nearly 10 million families that own a timeshare? Unfortunately, many families stuck in timeshares have learned the dark side of ownership, as their timeshare ends up being nothing like they were promised. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. If you were lied to when buying a timeshare, you're going to need help. I know this because I once worked as a timeshare salesman, but quit the business and made it my personal mission to help folks get rid of bad timeshares. That's why I put together a timeshare exit information kit to help you understand how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation. Over 30,000 families have trusted us to get rid of their timeshares. Many started out by simply calling us for the free information kit and are now timeshare free.
To get your free information kit, call Wesley Financial now. Call 800-837-1919. That's 800-837-1919. 800-837-1919.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis. I love Genesis. Love it. Driving one. My man Brandon, what's up?
Hey, Marty. Still have that accident on the Parkway West inbound going up Green Tree Hill, but that's not causing any significant delays there. The backup point, in fact, for the Parkway West inbound is going down the S-bend down the hill. Meanwhile, on the Parkway East, that traffic is almost completely cleared out. You'll have to hit the brakes by Edgewood, Slisville, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels due to some large volumes of cars, but there's no real delays expected as you head into the city on the Parkway East. With AAA traffic, I'm Brandon Rossine, the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Considerable cloudiness this afternoon, a couple of showers around, even a thunderstorm with a high close to 70. It'll gradually clear later tonight, 50. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny and warmer, high 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, by the way, Trump just found that he violated gag order in his trial. Slapped on the wrist, $9,000 fine, ordered to take the post down. But the judge said, if you do it more, I'll throw you in jail. We shall see. All right? All right. I saw a very cool picture of Larry Scarrato, the police chief. And we go back almost 20 years, so I know him real well. He was right there in the middle of this madness at Shenley Plaza. I think it was Sunday. And he was in street clothes. And my point is, he's the police chief. He wasn't all manned up in his uniform. He didn't have riot gear on. He wasn't ready to bust some heads. Seriously, I'm legit telling you this. He was ready to make the peace and cut a deal. And that's what law enforcement is about. That's how you do it. That's how you roll. Chief, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Marty.
Is that a fair assessment of how you were dressed that day and the reason why you were dressed that way?
That is a fair assessment, and that is exactly the reason. We were not going into the situation seeking conflict. We were going into the situation seeking agreement and resolution. And that's how we ended up where we are today versus what other cities are facing across the country.
Help me out here, because I want to know how you pull this off, because it's hellfire all over the country. How did you pull this off?
When we started, it's really a simple premise. Like I started saying, all eyes are on us, and we have an opportunity to set the example for the country. And with the support and leadership of Mayor Gainey and his administration, Chancellor Gable and her administration, University of Pittsburgh Police, and of course the PVP and the officers that work for us, we were going to go into this with, and let's be clear, and the organizers of the demonstration, all with open minds to have constant communication. We over-communicated at every juncture, and it was like, what is the ask? What do you want? And how do we accommodate what you're asking? How do we to ensure it's peaceful? And we set some pretty bright line conditions of what they needed to do, agree to, so that we could support their First Amendment rights of free speech and allow this demonstration to go on for 6 days without incident.
My man, my boy Randy, who's been there for us every day, just sent me a video. You could eat off the grass there, man. It is clean. They bought into everything you sold them. Why did they buy in? Why didn't they just say, screw you, man?
Because we were honest brokers. And when you're an honest broker and you come to the table with real ability and willingness to listen, you'll find that majority of the demonstrators were in the same space, that they didn't seek violence. They didn't seek to be anti-Semitic. They were seeking to have a voice and a place to do that, and we were able to accommodate them in that space. And for that was one of the agreements, is that there would be no anti-Semitic hate speech or behavior. There would be no violence, no property destruction, that they wouldn't interrupt our traffic ways. Those are two main arteries into our hospital systems. They agreed not to interfere with commencement for the 2,400 kids that actually are COVID kids, missed their high school graduations and proms. Like, that was the agreements. And if they were willing to agree to those bright line issues, then I was willing to agree to supporting them demonstrating in Shenley Plaza.
You got to feel good about this, right?
I'm so excited because it's different than what you're seeing around the country, but it's really a testament to what we can do if we are willing to collaborate and communicate. And in that's what we did. We over-communicated at every step of the way, constant communication. Again, we didn't come in with a heavy police force show of force looking for conflict. And in that, I think the organizers and the demonstrators saw that, and they were also disarmed, not looking for conflict. And so that's the positive outcome of something like this.
Pittsburgh Police Chief Larry Sherrod. Also, Larry, Pitt Police kicked ass too. You got to give them love, right?
Yeah. Chief Lamb and her team were fantastic. Everybody was marching to the same beat, looking at the same set of music. Like, it was fantastic to be a part of, because again, when I said all eyes are watching us, we're setting the visible presence for the nation. This is what this should look like. It shouldn't look like what's going on in other universities and other cities. And how can Pittsburgh be the model that others look to follow?
Conversely, we got downtown issues still. You had 40 dudes, mostly teenagers, beating the crap out of each other in Market Square, what was it, 2 nights ago? With chairs, man. How do we get our arms around downtown and say, you do not belong here, to anyone that wants to cause trouble? How do we pull that off?
By continuing that message. We have increased our patrol operations downtown. We have increased our investigations downtown. You'll see a little more of that here in short order without disclosing things that impact how we influence behavior downtown. So there are a few things that are occurring simultaneously that will improve and, more importantly, express our desire for those that have intentions to cause harm and violence and chaos in our city, specifically downtown. You're not welcome.
Yeah, we can't tolerate 40 kids beating the daylights out of each other, can we, sir?
No, and we made arrests in that instance, and we'll continue to do so, and we'll continue to use our partners to influence behavior when we can, and when there's a failure there, then we have to use the criminal justice system for enforcement.
Still got a lot of people ODing downtown. I posted a video of a couple that was nodding off and close to ODing in PPG Place on Sunday, just alone, high as hell. Shouldn't there be some effort to address these folks as it happens immediately, sir? And is that possible even?
It is. I believe it's happening real time, though maybe to the degree that everybody's comfortable. The DHS is excellent in that space. They are rapid responders to those situations. Unfortunately, they can't be everywhere just as well as we can't be everywhere, and they're doing the best they can in the system in which they live. They exhaust a lot of resources, financially and with personnel, toward the overdose epidemic downtown and in other parts of the city. But it has to be just a continued conversation that these people need help, and how do we get them help? We're able to now funnel people into this downtown magistrate court that then can force rehabilitation, can force mental health evaluations and commitments. And I think those are the things over the course of the next year you'll see benefit the overall environment downtown.
Chief, can you hang a bit, or do you have to go?
I can.
All right,
no, I'll be here for you.
All right. He's my man. Think about this in the break. Many of your guys say they're playing 11-man football with 7 guys. All right? Think about that in the break, Chief.
I heard.
Yeah, he heard. It's a numbers game. Can they win with the numbers they have? Because they are winning with the numbers they have. And that's irritated a lot of cops who, despite what Larry and others pulled off at Pitt, they gave the chief a failing grade. Why? We've got to talk about that next. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Love the Genesis. Brandon, you're the man. What's up?
Thank you, Marty. Most of the morning rush traffic has been cleared out. The only thing that I'm seeing is on the Parkway West inbound. You'll have to slow down as you go down the hill by Parkway Center Drive near the S-Bend. And there's some buildup going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, but that's really the only substantial buildup that I'm seeing. Looking at the Parkway East, you have some volume entering the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, but again, no delays are expected over there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Brandon Rossai on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's our honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making our recipient family as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can join our squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your mornings. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends. Weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Building owners, my friends at NASCO Roofing, they're experts in replacing flat roofs for commercial, industrial, and residential buildings. With many flat roof material choices, you want NASCO's experienced pros on your roof. Benefit from their experience and their lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Call NASCO Roofing today for a free flat roof estimate. 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. NASCO Roofing, spelled NASCO, the region's flat roof experts.
Hello, I'm business broker Bruce Violet, and I often get asked, what's the best business to get into these days? Well, the answer is the all-new home-based franchise businesses, available in hundreds of different business categories. Ever dreamed of owning your own business, working from home at an extremely affordable cost? Well, now you can, and together we can make it happen. To learn more, visit my website at OpportunityU.com. That's OpportunityU.com, or call 800-980-2040.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-296-8708. 800-296-8708. Again, that's 800-296-8708. Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to endurancewarranty.com.
Here's your Jill on Money question of the day.
Dave from Ohio asks, my wife and I have our IRAs and brokerage account with a well-known investment company, and we're getting charged 1.5% in fees. Is this a competitive rate? How do I know if it's worth it? Well, anytime I receive a question like this, Dave, my response is pretty clear. It depends on what you are getting in return for that fee. Are there cheaper options? Sure. But if you are receiving full-blown financial planning, not just investment management, then it might be worth it for you. It depends on what you think you need and also what you're getting.
Have a question? Go to JillOnMoney.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we're making things even easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's Marty. I'm here live, 10 to 2 every day. Love it or leave it. No, don't leave it. Give it a try. Hey, this is from an insider. A grizzled veteran cop, a cynic, who's one of my boys. Marty, you need to give Larry props. Not only did the protesters pack up and leave, but he got them off the streets and into a park so that they're not conveniencing everyone. This is what we've been trying to do for years. It's a really big deal. Nobody said anything about it. So I said, then why cops can't stand them? They're not happy about their shifts. He didn't want 10-hour shift. He wanted 12s. You can't do that under this contract. He took all the heat over the low police numbers at night, but didn't want that. He wanted 12s with no gap. Sometimes you got to work with what you got. How about that? What do you say, Chief? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. The reality of it is when you inherit an organization, you inherit its great traits, and you also inherit some of its warts, and that's what we're working to repair. That the issues that have been created over time are resolved in short order, probably not nearly as fast as everybody would like it to be, including me, but that we're moving in that direction.
So, using my job at my radio station as an example, if we used to have 40 people, and I'm not exaggerating, we now have 4, okay? But I still kick ass. Is that the kind of dynamic, with different numbers, that you have to deal with in this city with the cops you have, sir? Is that fair?
There's accuracy to that. We have a great police force. The men and women that go and do the work every day do it with exceptional professionalism. And they're doing it with the numbers that we have, and we're taking responsibilities off of their plate to ensure that they can focus on what's most important to us as a city, and that's safety. And that's not just their safety, but our community safety. And we're not in that we've changed the things in which we respond to and how we respond, and to some members of the community's chagrin, and even to some of the old grizzled veterans' chagrin, in the way in which we change shifts. Like, all of this is to ensure that we are meeting our basic obligation of keeping this city safe. And we do that, and we've done that over the last year, and we look at the numbers and the statistics, and violent crime is down, and it's because of their effort. Right? And we continue to put in great work. We're seizing guns at record paces, and our units are doing what we're asking of them, and that's combating gun violence, and we're doing that well. And that's focusing on quality of life, and we're doing that well. What we're not doing well is responding to false burglar alarms anymore. What we're not doing well is responding to senseless reports that could otherwise be handled on the telephone or over the computer. And that's the reality. What we're not doing is having 6 officers sit at a desk answering telephones. And that's to some people's dismay. But that's just the reality in which we live, and that's how I have to lead this department. And the criticism comes with it. I'm prepared to accept.
Hey, Chief, facts are facts. I don't care if you're dealing with Mount Lebanon or the county or any smaller department. They're paying a lot more. There's no way in hell you can go to the mayor and jump your guys' salaries by 40%. There's no way. It can't happen, right? Right?
No. Well, it can't happen and us remain at the number of police officers that we have. Right. So something would have to give. Are we going to sacrifice the number of officers in our budget to meet this pay increase, or are we going to continue to highlight the great things that are working, or that come with working for the Pittsburgh Bureau of Police, the diversity within the organization, the opportunity to do so many different things within this police force that you would not ever have the opportunity to do in our suburban counterparts, right? That's just reality of it. So we sell that as the reason over the pay sacrifice. And some buy it,
that's a lot of money, brother.
Few that don't.
I'm sorry, man. That's a lot of money. It's a lot. A big difference.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the mayor's, this past contract that was negotiated between the FOP and Mayor Gainey is exceptional. It's an exceptional gain toward becoming closer in parity as it relates to the suburban departments, right? And that our master patrol officer isn't all that far away from some of those suburban pay scales. And that's what we'll continue to champion and support. But it has limits, and I think that's what everyone has to accept. It just has limits. There aren't many metropolitan police departments that compete with pay to their more affluent suburban counterparts.
Hey, man, you have an abysmal number of minorities, either in classes or on the streets. What's that about? It doesn't seem like they want to be cops, and the ones that you get can't pass the test. It's just fair to say that, is it not, sir?
It's a process issue, and that's what we're working toward. We don't have an applicant issue per se. We had a fair amount of applicants, minority applicants, apply for the police department, and at varying stages were disqualified. And the problem is when you don't have as many, when you start eliminating candidates, you get to these final stages, and now you're left with 8 viable candidates, 8 minority candidates into this final phase of selection. And now 2 don't take it, maybe 3 get eliminated in some other phase, this final phase. And now you're going into an academy class with 2 minority officers, right? And that's the challenge, is improving the process so that we get more applicants to the finish line. And that is an effort that should have been taking place for the last 5 to 10 years. And now we're looking at it with a magnifying glass to determine where those failures are to improve them. And I think when we do that, like you'll see that change. And it's a 2 or 3 year process, right? It took about a decade to get here. It won't take us 10 weeks to get out of it.
Hey, Chief, every week I hear another rumor about you taking another job, whether it's coaching in the NBA or heading to another department. Are you hanging for a while, man, or are you bailing?
I will be here. I love this city. I love this department. I am not going to work for another police department. I'm where I'm at. I'm finally getting things on the wall in my office, so I got 2 flowers that I'm looking at now. Finally got here, so I'm here. I'm here to stay.
No basketball reffing.
No basketball reffing.
You miss it, though, don't you, man?
You do. You always miss something you love, right? And that never goes away.
My man, you're the best, and you're honest, and you never say no. Thanks, man.
I appreciate the support. Talk to you soon.
Later. Good man.
Don't miss the Backyard Brawl on the Diamond when the Pitt Panthers host West Virginia at PNC Park. It's the 168th meeting all time between the programs, and you can hear it all live Tuesday night at 7 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify, that's 800-578-2415.
We talked to Rob Pierce on this show a lot. He's one of my go-to guys. Why? He's on the cutting edge of what's happening out there right now. Personal injury law. Rob Pierce and Associates, they've been having supportive, compassionate legal representation, folks, for over 40 years. Come on. The personal injury attorneys at Rob Pierce and Associates work to make sure you have access to full and fair compensation for any loss you suffered due to an injury. In many cases, valid injury claims are undervalued, delayed, or denied by insurance companies in the hope that you will give up. You suffered a personal injury. Let the attorneys at Rob Pierce & Associates help. The firm handles all personal injury cases on a contingency basis, meaning there is no fee unless they win your case. Robert Pierce & Associates. No obligation. Contact Robert Pierce & Associates. 412-281-7229. 412-281-7229.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Overcast skies and 71. 11 o'clock now. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Two contrasting scenes this morning in Pittsburgh and New York City. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators had left their tents near Pitt in Shenley Park, but at Columbia University, protesters refused to break up their encampments and then smashed windows in a building on campus, barricading themselves inside. This Jewish student was there and called on the group to stop.
I actually hopped over a table and then they left me alone, and they've just been targeting students, whomever they can find, calling them Zionists, and if you hear them, they chant, "We don't want no Zionists here." So to me, that's a genocidal call, and that's a threat.
Columbia administrators closed off a large section of the campus today, allowing only students with school IDs. Last night, 3 suspects linked to a gun shop robbery in Mercer County were arrested in Mount Washington. They're accused of crashing a car into seconds count firearms yesterday and leaving with several weapons. Another car was stolen to get away. Pittsburgh police officers spotted it. They arrested the suspects and recovered the firearms. Mercer Police Chief Robert Davis talked with KDKA TV.
You have guns out there that, should be tracked, and they're out there in the public, stolen. Yeah, it's very dangerous.
There was another gun store robbery Sunday in Shenango Township, Lawrence County. It isn't known yet if the robberies are connected. Warmer than average temperatures are pushing the timeline of the spotted lanternfly forward. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander reports the trees and vineyards are in the insect's crosshairs.
Right now, the flies are very small and very hard to find. That will change dramatically come August and September. Andy Amrine, the owner of EV True Value, tells us we can expect a tough year with the lanternflies.
As the season progresses into August and September, when you got the full adult growth, that's when everyone's going to be probably freaking out.
And he also suggests if you do see them now, kill them. I'm Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 119 points at 38,267. The NASDAQ is down 68, and the S&P down 18 points. KDKA Sports. College baseball tonight at PNC Park, where the Panthers and Mountaineers meet in the 2024 edition of the Backyard Brawl. Here's News Radio KDKA Sports Director Jeff Hathorn.
In college baseball, teams play conference games typically with a 3-game weekend series. So they'll play 1, maybe 2 midweek games to stay fresh, get an opportunity for some other pitchers to get work. Tonight isn't a typical midweek game with Pitt against West Virginia at PNC Park. 3 locals to watch tonight. Josh Beagle from Penn Trafford on a tear for Pitt. Hempfield's Phil Fox is the closer for the Panthers. And WVU's J.J. Weatherholt from Mars is likely a first-round MLB draft pick. It's Pitt, West Virginia on our airwaves at 7. Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
The A's beat the Pirates 5-1 last night. Oakland starter Joe Boyle struggled with his command, but still managed to limit the Bucs to 1 run and 1 hit in 5 innings. Mitch Keller will be tonight's starter for the Bucs. And due to today's forecast, the Whitfield track and field meets have been postponed to Wednesday. The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick, making life better one roof at a time. Trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:03. Make that 11:03. It's overcast and 71 in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Company.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Room Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. I'm digging the Genesis. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, Marty, I'm looking at the Cordell traffic cameras. Parkway West inbound is the only major artery right now that has some issues. The backup point begins going down Green Tree Hill right before the Parkway Center Drive, heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. You may hit some heavier volume on I-79 northbound in that construction site taking place between Kraft and Moon Run and the Neville Island Bridge. Shouldn't slow you down too badly. And we also have reports of an accident on Carson Street and Sawmill Run Boulevard. That's right before the on-ramp heading onto the Parkway West outbound. With AAA traffic, I'm Brandon Rossai on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Considerable cloudiness this afternoon with scattered showers, even a thunderstorm, the high 70. Mostly cloudy this evening, then some clearing later tonight, though 50. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny and pleasant with a high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Andy Amrine here for my favorite sustainable gardening product, Pit Moss. Better Homes and Gardens named Pit Moss the #1 overall potting and peat-free soil. It's lightweight and requires 2/3 less water. For beautiful plants, buy Pit Moss at your local hardware or garden center.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This one irritated me. I want to grab Patrick O'Connor. This happened yesterday, started going down with this young girl. Because we're fathers, because we have young kids, this irritated you too. Why?
Oh, it's awful. She's in the middle of what's going to be one of the most memorable nights of her high school days, and she gets literally thrown out. 2 hours in.
Of a dance.
2 hours in. Ridiculous.
What did they tell her? Because she was a cyber school kid.
Exactly. She's a charter school kid. She shouldn't be there.
Kicked her out. Crying.
Walked her off the premises.
2 hours in. I got her live with her mom again this morning. Good morning, guys. How are you? Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. Michaela, is that you?
Yeah, I'm here.
This hurt you, didn't it?
Yeah.
And, Mom, this hurt you, didn't it?
Not so much hurt, but very much angered me.
Tell our listeners how this went down for folks just tuning in for the first time, because we have seen some progress. Go ahead.
So my daughter switched to cyber school a month ago. She had asked if she would still be allowed to go to the spring fling. Her friend bought her the ticket and told the person selling the tickets who it was for, so they knew it was for my daughter. They had her name. She got the whole works, the dress and everything, showed up to the dance. They let her in. They let her take pictures, the professional pictures. She was dancing, and then the assistant principal tapped her on the shoulder after being there for so long, because apparently she didn't see her.
Come on.
From what I heard from the superintendent. And then proceeded to say she was not allowed to be there. She had to gather her things and call someone to come get her.
Ruined this. The poor thing was crying, as my daughters would have been. I'd have punched a wall, but she was crying.
Yes. She had gone with a group of friends, so they went as a group. They were leaving as a group. When her friends tried to go with her, the assistant principal said they were not allowed to leave. So my daughter had to wait crying without her friends by herself.
Well, I think they're jagoffs, and I know you don't want to call names, but this irritates me for so many reasons. We reached out to the superintendent, so did you. They're convinced that she's not allowed to go to stuff like this because she's in the cyber school, aren't they?
They are, yes. And I had a back and forth conversation in an adult way. Right. I kept it, an adult conversation, even though I just want to let loose.
Right.
But I kept trying to tell him the facts of how it is written in their handbook. I don't care what their attorneys say, because they pay their attorneys to agree with them. Right. And he said he knew that. He's like, well, yeah. And I said, so it's not written clearly in any part. And for the fact that he's saying that dances are not extracurricular activities, that is false.
Come on.
It's false. I reread the entire student handbook, and I found a sentence that just made me glow, because it took away what he told me yesterday.
What did it say?
And it's in the social probation part of it, but the part that sticks out is it says, while a student is under social probation, he or she is forbidden to attend any extracurricular school function, such as dances and athletic events. So right there, they're admitting dances are an extracurricular activity.
Sure are. Hang on a second. I got to grab Phil. Phil DeLucente, one of my boys, one of the best attorneys in America. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Marty.
This irritates you for a lot of reasons, does it not?
Quite frankly, it's a travesty. Marty, we have dealt with this before with another school district, with another dance, and it was for different reasons. But Daisha is so commonsensical, makes so much sense. And essentially what she's saying is the handbook is ambiguous. It is vague. And in contract law, we always interpret it against the drafter of the document. But she has pointed out clearly the extracurricular activity with regard to the social probation, which can ultimately define then the definition portion of what she's relying on with her young daughter, Michaela. And let me take it a step further. They are at that age where puberty starts to happen, and they start to take people to dances, whether they're female, male, friends, or not friends. So this ticket was purchased under Commerce, pursuant to this handbook.
Right.
And I think, Daisha, you have really handled yourself well. One thing I can stress to both of you, though, is you always want to communicate with any school district, not just on the phone.
Right.
You must follow up with emails, because Joe forgets what Tony said, and Tony forgets what Terry said, and before you know it, so always follow up with emails, and make sure you always have the superintendent, because the buck stops with him or her.
Hey, Phil, you have extensive experience in fighting for school districts. In fact, we've made national news with a couple cases, quite frankly, myself and Phil. This sort of thing is the root of why we need lawyers involved sometimes, isn't it?
Well, it is. And to take the school district, their defense,
right.
There's so much problem with crime today and security. Yep. It's not like when we had all gone to school. So these younger kids have a double dilemma. They have the dilemma of trying to follow the rules, and then they also have the school district that wants to protect them. But when those rules are ambiguous, which I think is pretty clear here, then we need to, relook at these and redraft them. And I think an apology is, not only appropriate, but should transpire. And I guess at the end of the day, though, if you see Michaela, she's with all her girlfriends.
Yep.
She has this dress. They take the photos.
Yep.
Everything else. Do we not have anything better to do?
Come on, man.
On this young girl's shoulder.
Come on, Phil. In the middle of the dance, brother.
Yes.
Come on. Right, Mom? Right?
Right. Now, the only apology that was received yesterday was the fact that she was able to purchase a ticket. That was the apology I got. I'm sorry that she was sold a ticket. She should not have been sold one. And he also stated that, could we have just let her finish out the dance and then talk about this after the fact? Yes. But we can't put toothpaste back in a tube.
Phil, doesn't she have a contract once she buys that ticket?
Well,
honestly, I don't.
Hold on.
There's lots of case law with regards to that. Since the minor didn't purchase it, but the mother did, she certainly has the capacity. I would fall back, though, that it's clearly ambiguous.
Right.
Excuse the pun. It's clearly ambiguous. And I think that anyone that is the purchaser of that ticket directly, the seller has knowledge of who it's being sold to, versus if a friend had given it, to someone.
Can you guys hang? Phil, can you hang for a minute?
Sure.
All right. Can you hang, Mom?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Got to take a break. This is fascinating to me. This isn't trivia. This isn't one girl, one dance. This is a big picture thing in my world. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Movement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. What's up, Brandon?
Thank you, Marty. Parkway West inbound has some issues going down the hill, approaching the S-bend until the Fort-Pitt Tunnel. But on the major roadways, that's the only problem that I'm seeing currently. Parkway East looks very good heading into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And you'll also hit some construction on I-79 northbound between Crafton, Moon Run, and Neville Island, which may cause some slowdowns, but shouldn't back you up too drastically. With AAA Traffic, I'm Brandon Rossai in the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Is your IRS tax debt making you feel anxious? The professionals at Allies Tax Relief are ready to negotiate your fresh start. Call them now, 800-230-5174.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's what I call a crap show with an S. You know what I'm saying? And for those of you who think this is trivial, leave it alone. Leave the school alone. Tell the little girl to go home. To hell with you. There's a lot of issues here. There's animus, quite frankly, and resentment with school districts and this whole cyber school issue. And Patrick's here with me, my partner in crime at Get Marty. The truth is, my man, tens of thousands of kids are saying to hell with their school districts. And they're going to these cyber schools. And the school districts have to eat this cost.
They do. They don't have a choice.
Right. And so there's animus. They don't want to pay for these kids. But it's pretty clear. We know for a fact these kids are allowed to participate in sports. That's a fact.
That's been upheld across the board.
Across the board. And Phil DeLucente, one of my boys, one of the best attorneys in America, that's been upheld, Phil. But this particular issue with dances, you're saying it's not very clear from what you're reading.
Well, correct. It's ambiguous. It's clearly ambiguous. However, I think Daisha did a great job in pointing out with the social probation, which actually then makes reference to it and defines that as an extracurricular activity. So, Daisha, I don't know if you went to law school, but that's exactly what that's what we do.
I did not. I'm just very thorough.
You're very thorough and very good, and I'm sorry this fell upon you. At the end of the day, I think the family just doesn't want this to happen to another child. And that's, when people say trivial, look, everybody has stress. Everybody's broke. There's tough times, worst economy in the last 8 years. But at the end of the day, these are not trivial because anything involving a child, that's our future. These, Michaela might be operating on me someday, or
Phil,
you, Marty, or whoever.
But Phil, and the truth of the matter is, there is this animus, right? Because they don't want to pay for these cyber kids, do they, sir?
No, and that's a tough issue that, without getting into politics, with the vouchers. But one thing everyone agrees on, school taxes have not gone down. Right. The wonderful casino industry was going to lower all the property taxes. That never really transpired to the level anyone would disagree with me on. And now we have a situation where these vouchers are not going to these public schools, so the governor's going to eventually have to get involved and follow through, so we'll see.
And with something like this, it's unfortunate, but sometimes you do have to get lawyers involved because there are tens of thousands of kids in the same scenario, sir. Are there not, Phil?
Absolutely. I'll tell you, I get at least once a week someone calling me. I just had one last week where a father wanted to do X, Y, and Z, and I just didn't. I was traveling, so I could not. Right. But I could tell you, it's and Daisha, going back to what you had said too, they realize that, and these school district solicitors don't have it easy. No one has it easy, but that's where you go back to common sense. And I think you did.
Daisha, what would you like out of this? What do you want? Because we're getting it done. What do you want?
I don't want anything except to know these cyber kids, especially my daughter, the straight up rights that they should have. I want the rules, they need to be clearer, but made to include them. They're still part of the district whether they want to admit that or not, which they never will.
No, they won't.
Now, I do not expect any more of an apology that I got. So, but it's just, this is going to happen in the future.
Right on.
And it's still happening, and it's like, I feel like I want to be able to do something or say something, bring it to light, because, yeah, it is just a dance, but it's more than that.
Hey, Michaela, are you there?
Yeah.
Aren't you going to want to go to other dances?
Absolutely.
And you're what, 14?
Yeah.
So that's a lot of dances and a lot of proms, right?
Yeah.
And Mom, don't you think they're going to want to shoot her down again and again, right?
Yes.
Right?
I believe so, yes.
Right. So you just have to prepare for pain.
Mm-hmm.
Phil, we got to get to a point in this case, and we can discuss this after the show, how we can make sure that they don't do this to her again, because they will, won't they, Phil?
Well, we're going to see. Daisha is very reasonable, a very reasonable, ordinary, prudent person, as they teach you 20-plus years ago in law school. And Michaela brings up a very good point. What about the future? So this is not the end of the story.
Hey, guys.
Just the beginning.
Guys, we're all in. I got to talk to Phil about something else. I love both of you. This will not end without this changing, okay, ladies?
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
All right. Hang on, Phil, all right?
Okay.
I love it. I love the opportunity to make a difference. Phil, why have you here? And he knows this stuff. This Trump thing, a little fine, slap on the wrist, right? For this contempt of court, right?
Yeah, very, very de minimis. The judge is in a very peculiar, unique position. However, we will see as the days continue. You can make a lot of arguments that maybe perhaps President Trump, for political reasons or otherwise, actually wants something drastic to happen to show that this is what you do to a former American president. Selective prosecution.
I get it.
Yeah, the whole 9 yards.
And so, if folks just tuning in, they're fining Trump $9,000, is it? And telling him to take down the nasty posts. But kind of hanging out there, Phil, I could send you to jail, sir. Could he?
Listen, absolutely. He could be the former president of the United States, but in any courtroom where that robe is worn, they're clothed in immense power. And so, absolutely, but there would be a contempt hearing, and at that time, there would be testimony taken so the judge could eventually rule. But, this is one of those situations where it could be civil in nature or it could be incarceration.
Plus, it's a big deal to send a former president to jail for contempt. And you really got to be careful, do you not, sir?
Oh, practically speaking, it's almost an impossibility. And I can tell you some stories. I've talked to Secret Service agents, aside from your friend, others that have guarded the president. They get very testy when you try to touch the president. I don't care if you're FBI or otherwise. I can tell you stories.
Well, Phil, think about putting him, and think about this, Patrick, putting the president in a jail cell, in a county jail. Think about it.
Can you imagine the political theater that would cause?
Plus, to Phil's point, Phil, what the hell would the Secret Service say? Honestly.
I tell you, they're a great agency, just like all our governmental agencies. But they have one major job, and they. I wish I could tell some stories on the air, but I can't. But
Phil, they can't leave him alone in a jail cell, can they?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No,
absolutely.
My brother, thanks, Phil.
You got it, Marty. Talk to you soon.
All right, man. Good stuff. All around. He knows law so well I had to grab him on the Trump stuff. If I'm that judge, the last thing on earth I want to do is send Donald Trump to a jail cell, right?
But can you imagine if that actually happened?
And to Phil's point, because he's probably right, Trump might want that.
Oh my gosh, he would, he would lose it. He would be using that for, free campaign advertising right there.
Making him a martyr.
Oh, headlines across the country, around the world, instantly.
Making him a heroic figure.
Oh, absolutely.
Fascinating. So, regarding the school issue, I'm not diminishing that. We will make sure that by the end of this day, we have action on that. I have emailed the superintendent, no response, but that's not his job to call me back. His job is to do the right thing, and I hope he does in Burgettstown.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo this Sunday morning at 8 during the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team. Learn all about various fun and mouthwatering Mexican recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John and Maggie Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 46 years. When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting the expertise and attention to detail that has made our company a customer favorite for decades.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows. They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
Now during our 46th anniversary sale, save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms. Visit us at metropolitanwindows.com or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's overcast at 71, 11:30 now. I'm Paul Rasmussen. 6 days of pro-Palestinian protest, mostly by Pitt students, ended without incident Monday at Shenley Park. Police Chief Larry Scarano says he laid the groundwork when meeting the demonstrators, telling KDK Radio's Marty Griffin,
when you're an honest broker and you come to the table with willingness to listen, you'll find that majority of the demonstrators were in the same space.
Chief Scarano said they asked the students how law enforcement could accommodate them while keeping things peaceful, and at the same time, conditions were set for the protesters. He said it was a team effort involving the mayor's office, Pitt administrators,
Marty Griffin, here to stay, 10 to 2. Believe me. Trust me. Love me. Hate me. Just stay here. Hang. Got Ariana Bazzi here. Ariana.
Yes.
You were listening to that segment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sucks, right?
It's awful. I can't imagine being in her shoes.
Right.
It's terrible.
And I have 2 daughters.
Yeah.
And let's be honest. Girls that age, 14, they put a hell of a lot of effort going into a school
Oh my
dance.
gosh, yes.
Right?
That's actually traumatic for her. She's
Hell yeah.
always going to remember
Hell yeah.
that feeling, everything.
And here's the thing, too. She's going to want to go to other dances.
Of course.
And isn't it ridiculous to you that because she's in a cyber school,
It's crazy.
It's
I was
crazy.
trying to think back when I was in high school. I am more than 99% sure that all the cyber kids were there too.
Patrick, I think she's on the right side of this, brother.
I think so too.
Um,
And I think she
more than-
pointed out
yeah.
nicely from the handbook
Yeah.
that it's listed in there as an extracurricular activity in the in the consequences
Right.
piece.
And then she pointed out that the superintendent or whoever said that, yeah, maybe we could have waited till the next day.
Yeah.
Well, that was ridiculous.
That's asinine.
That is ridiculous.
That is
They couldn't have
asinine to
absolutely
do that to
waited
that
till
little
the
girl.
next
Asinine
day.
puts it mildly.
Come on, man.
Yeah. To rip her out like she did something wrong when she's simply just having a good time.
You would think I was a helicopter parent, but I am not. I don't get in anyone's face on track teams, swim teams, ever. Teachers, superintendent. I would be in someone's you-know-what.
Yep.
Because that is wrong.
It is wrong. It's awful.
Especially if other students are allowed to bring guests.
That's what I'm saying.
There's many reasons she should not have been kicked out.
Oh, I forgot about that part too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
th-
bring
this-
any guest.
And Aaron, this is malicious. And they went out of their way to hurt this girl's feelings.
Absolutely, they went out of their way.
Complete
Yeah.
jag-offs.
Yep. Went out of their way. to do
100%.
You go find that girl and kick her out of this dance. We're 2 hours in. So what? Right?
Yeah, and they got permission to go ahead and do it.
Come on, man. Burgettstown, come on. Shame on you. Come on, grow up. Man. I promise you, this won't end this way. Burgettstown. 14-year-old girl going to a school dance. Now, Ariana, my daughters, and they're like her, by the way, very particular, going to dances becomes a big production.
Huge production.
Patrick, right? Massive. Nails, hair.
It's a whole week
It's
of
a
things.
week, Mike, you know what?
Yeah.
It's hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And dresses sent from around the world. Shoes,
Yes.
right? Pictures, makeup.
Right.
Even at 14, right?
Right.
And then these jag-offs. Oh, you got to go. You're a bad kid.
That's
To
awful.
hell with them.
I can't imagine.
Come on, bro.
And they're being very calm and polite about it.
By the way, that's another point, Patrick. People usually get crazed. They have handled this like adults.
Oh, I wouldn't have handled it this well.
I absolutely love it. I also love this. My boy Randy. He's our new hero from Shenley Plaza. Is he not, Patrick?
He is.
He is my man. Randy has been going down there every single day, and all he's done is tell the truth. And I got to tell you, he sent me a video about 10 minutes ago showing that park, Shenley Plaza, cleared out. Brother Randy, pretty cool, isn't it, sir?
Good morning, Marty. Boy, I feel like that girl from Burgettstown. You know, when I showed up a couple of days ago and they said, get out.
Nice.
And I said, who are you? And they said, I'm from Iran. I'm a student, and I'm organizing this. And who's your friend? Well, she's from Syria. Thank you very much for kicking me out. But thank goodness the Pittsburgh police, who you also had on this morning, were working overtime. And they came over and said, he has every right to be here. You can't kick him.
Nice.
Yeah. So the Pittsburgh police helped me out in that regard.
You know what, brother? I love you. You know why? You're a true patriot. You're a hell of a man. You made your mark. How many different places do you have your footprint in that park? How personal is that park to you, sir?
Four places.
Right
I
on.
have my name in granite or on benches, and my wife's garden that I dedicated. I mean, it's unbelievable. But today, the happiest person that I met there today was the groundskeeper. He said, see all that grass is all messed up? We can get that fixed up in no time. And the place I thought were a bunch of weeds where my wife's garden is, he said, no, they're just sprouting, and they're going to be all red pretty soon. So there'll be flowers in your wife's garden. Don't worry.
But
So
Randy, you got to be giving some love to the police department, and you got to give love to the protesters. They walked away peacefully, sir, did they not?
Yeah, I got to say, thank goodness you and I are Yinzers. We live in Pittsburgh. And we don't live in New York City where Columbia is. I mean, I was reading about what's going on there. They're taking over the building. They're like anarchists.
Right.
And we don't have that in Pittsburgh. Even though they it aggravated me a lot, it was just words. Oh, and they didn't hurt me. Nobody shot me in the head.
Right.
You know, because I was wearing an American flag kind of hat and stuff. You know, they were okay. And I think, you know, when you and I were 19, 20, 21, we did some dumb things.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of dumb things.
Oh, yeah.
And you learn more from dumb things than you do when you do things right. Sometimes when you make mistakes, it's a good thing. You don't know it then. But
Let me tell you this, brother. You're a legend. A legend.
I want to show you my one-arm push-ups at over 80 I can do.
You do not.
Yeah, I do. I'm a show-off. You know, I used to be the Pit Panther, the mascot.
Oh, wow.
So I can walk on stilts. I can do one-arm push-ups.
I've met some of your patients. You're a dentist for 50 years, right?
Yeah. I had the greatest patients. I can't. HIPAA doesn't allow me to tell you who, but there's some amazing people, including the guy that ran these stations.
All right, my man. I got to let you go. We have a horrible connection. You're the best, brother.
All right. Keep it up, buddy.
You're my man. I love that guy. Patrick, he can do one-arm push-ups. Ariana, he's 83. He is so cool.
Love it.
And you know why I love him? Because he gives a damn. I'm serious. He was there for us every single day. You know that, right?
Absolutely.
And let me say this about both issues. In Burgettstown, that superintendent should be ashamed. They should put a policy out. Right.
To attend the dance.
Right.
So if there's a cost issue, I think it's a moot point here.
Exactly. They're literally paying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they got to do the right thing for this young girl. It makes him look bad. And it's a good school district. It's a good town. They're good people. I'm certain the superintendent has the kids in mind. However, whoever the moron is that said, yank that girl from this dance is not a good person. As Ariana said, if that was you or me or my daughters, they'd be crying.
Oh, yeah.
It hurts. That hurts somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Come on, man. 2 hours in. Come on.
It's ridiculous.
Let it ride. Maybe send her mother a note after the dance. Maybe figure this out after the dance. And regarding my man Randy, I love him. He's a patriot. He's a warrior, and he tells the damn truth. And I got to give love to the Pittsburgh Police Department and the Pitt Police Department. You did it right. You did a hell of a job. And finally, to Pitt Police, you did a hell of a job. And finally, to the protesters, you handled yourself with class. You absolutely did. And it could have been ugly. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis, I am digging the Genesis. My man Brandon, what's up?
Hey, Marty, checking in on the Parkway West inbound, which is the biggest backup point right now. Traffic is starting to increase again to just after the top of Green Tree Hill. You'll be slowing down from there until the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Outside of that, there's not a lot of issues on the major arteries, at least that I'm seeing. You may have to contend with the construction on I-79 northbound when the lanes split between Crafton, Moon Run, and the Neville Island Bridge, but that's really the extent of all of the issues. With AAA Traffic, I'm Brandon Rossine, the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Hi, I'm Lynn Hayes Freeland, and if you're turning 65 and have questions about Medicare, Aetna can help. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits for your whole health, like dental, vision, and hearing. Visit aetnamedicare.com/KDKA today.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our DSMPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
KDKA, covered by Rhino Shield. Looks like paint and lasts for decades with a 25-year warranty.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. FM, and AM 1020 KDKA.
Lynn loves spring in Pittsburgh, but she hates to paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
It is a single-wide manufactured home. We moved from our home, which we had the Rhino Shield on. Rhino Shield was what we were going to do. That was no question.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is formulated for our unique climate here in Pittsburgh.
The Rhino Shield representative came, and we discussed what we wanted done. And this time, we had the roof done as well.
Backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. Now get Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Even the people that have been a little younger than us have said they don't have to worry about getting just an everyday painter because Rhino Shield has the 25-year warranty, and we truly believe in this product.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hello, I'm business broker Bruce Violet, and I often get asked, what's the best business to get into these days? Well, the answer is the all-new home-based franchise businesses, available in hundreds of different business categories. Ever dreamed of owning your own business, working from home at an extremely affordable cost? Well, now you can, and together we can make it happen. To learn more, visit my website at OpportunityU.com. That's OpportunityU.com, or call 800-980-2040.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's our honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making our recipient family as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can join our squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Hi, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland with some exciting news for baseball enthusiasts over 50. Have you heard about the Senior Slugger Program? It's a partnership between AARP Pennsylvania and the Washington Wild Things. Here's the deal. You can get 8 complimentary tickets for every Wednesday home game this season, and thanks to Burke's Food, hot dogs for $1. All you have to do is fill out the registration form at PAAARP@AARP.org. Batter up.
If you're thinking about retiring soon, be sure to tune into the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturdays at 1. Trends and headlines that could impact your retirement. Don't go into retirement unprepared. Listen every Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Firm offers insurance services. Net Worth Advisors LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ryan's producing that. He's an animal. Very aggressive, isn't he, Patrick?
So aggressive.
He ordered us around.
The traffic king.
Yeah, calm down, Ryan. Chill out, young man. Ryan's my man. Got a lot of folks calling in from Burgettstown. Call that damn superintendent. Probably a nice guy. I've sent him 2 emails, no response. Not picking on him. I just want to do the right thing. Ryan, I'm expecting a doctor to call about something very cool this weekend. And all I want is fairness for people. And when they call me, we are here to attempt to get that fairness accomplished. I promise you, we'll get this done in Burgettstown. I promise you that girl will be going to as many dances as she wishes. Meantime, something very, very cool. I want to introduce Dr. Cooper. Good morning, Rory. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. This man is a big shot. The director of Pitt's Human Engineering Research Lab. Wow. With the Department of Veterans Affairs. He's a scientist. He's an athlete. 15 years worked with the Pittsburgh Marathon to support, I love this here, man, paralyzed athletes who raced on hand cycles or in wheelchairs. That is magnificent, Doctor. Tell me about this race in this weekend, sir.
Yeah, well, I think it's the best marathon in the country.
Same.
It's
I mean, the support from the community, the support from the organizers, and what we help make it special through our hand cycle assistance team, which supports our wheelchair athletes and our hand cycle athletes, and actually any other athletes with disabilities that need support.
Man, I love these guys, these men and women that are in these cycles. I was at a track meet with my daughter over the weekend, and this young man, the only one there in the wheelchair with the cycle, went out and did the quarter mile. It takes a lot of courage to get out there on a track alone in front of thousands of people and race, does it not, Doc?
It does, but it's also sends an important message of inclusion, and it's a great reflection of the Pittsburgh community now. We love our sports, and a city of champions, and that, just like you said, that young gentleman represents being one of those examples of why we're the city of champions.
Hell yeah, and talk about this race and why it's different and special for these athletes, sir.
So what's special is that we actually provide assistance with registration to a pre-race pasta dinner, and then throughout the morning we get the wheelchair from the starting line to the finish line. We help with making sure that everybody's seated so that they start safely. We provide bicycle escorts that includes not only medical support, but also technical support. So either the person breaks down or the wheelchair breaks down, we do our best to get them to the finish line. We've got a wonderful team of over 60 volunteers alone to support our wheelchair and hand cycle athletes.
That's amazing. Means a hell of a lot, does it not? It sends a message, does it not, of inclusion, does it not, sir?
It does. It sends a message of inclusion. We're all going to be runners on Sunday, and we want to make sure everybody has a good time, participate safely, and I personally will be doing it again. I've done all of them, as well as help support the hand cycle assistance team.
You run it, sir. You run it, Doc.
I do. In my own hand cycle, I will be out there. I won it in 2009. I'm a little older now, so I can still be out there, but it's a little harder for me to win. But it's great. Retired Colonel Dan Fisher from the University of Pittsburgh runs the start and finish line for us to make sure that he knows where everybody is on the course. Everybody gets there, and then when I finish, then Dan and I join up together. We work with UPMC closely and with PR3 throughout the year to make sure that we get everybody across the finish line safely. And if something bad does happen, that we make sure they get the appropriate medical care right away so that they could be out there again the following year.
Dr. Rory Cooper, Director of Pitt's Human Engineering Research Lab, partner with the Department of Defense and Veteran Affairs. He's a scientist, and he's worked this marathon and ridden in it. Hey, help me with a logistical issue. It would seem, Doc, that it would be a lot harder physically to do this marathon in the situation you're in rather than a regular runner. Is that fair? Like physically?
I don't know if it's fair. I'd say it's about equally as hard. It's different. The uphills are wicked hard for us.
Yeah, man.
Especially when you're coming up Forbes Avenue from the bridge there. That's one nasty hill. Also, in the hand cycle or wheelchair, you realize that it's pretty much all uphill from the bridge all the way to really till you get into Swissvale, right? So
are you kidding me, man?
No, and you can feel that.
The cramping in your arms, brother.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. So that's why it's really helpful to have people out on the course cheering you on. I always look for the people that are up on the Pitt campus.
Yeah.
Because it's still on the hill, but it's the steep part of the hill. You've kind of crested the worst part of the hill, and it's great to have some friendly faces there.
Hell yeah, man. Hey, Doc, how many people will participate in this portion?
So this year we have usually about 25 participants. So that's a pretty good number. locally, but we do have some repeat people that come all the way from Indiana, North Carolina, and even upstate New York. So that's great. Our Department of Veterans Affairs is also very supportive of veteran athletes who come into the city, make sure that they can participate as well. So we did a great job. I'd like to give a shout out to the Military Mile.
Yep.
I'm an Army veteran as well,
Nice.
and it's always great to see them out there. So we've got people in uniform from the local 360th Reserve Unit, from the 2nd Brigade of the National Guard, the recruiting units, and the ROTC units here in the region.
Fantastic,
Senator
Doc.
Pitt and Carnegie Mellon. So that's also great.
I love it. I love it, man.
And
I love what you're doing.
and the Freddie Foo cycling team rides with each one of us. They're in radio contact with, with the HCAT team, and they're wonderful.
Great, Doc. I love you, man. Dr. Rory Cooper, good luck, and thank you for being you, man. It's fantastic. Thanks, Doc.
Thank you.
All right, my man. Wow.
Bye-bye.
It's amazing, this town, isn't it?
My favorite sustainable gardening product, Pit Moss. Better Homes and Gardens named Pit Moss the #1 overall potting and peat-free soil. It's lightweight and requires 2/3 less water. For beautiful plants, buy Pit Moss at your local hardware or garden center.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Scattered light rain showers. It's 67 at 12 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. A Pittsburgh teen was killed late last night in Troy Hill. The Allegheny County Medical Examiner says 18-year-old David Rivera was shot around 11:30 p.m. at a home on Heckelman Street and died a few minutes later. Rivera is one of several men accused of punching and kicking a homeless man in Market Square back in February. The assault was caught on video. Rivera had a preliminary hearing on aggravated assault charges scheduled next week. Two contrasting scenes this morning in Pittsburgh and New York City. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators had left their tents near Pitt and Shenley Park, but at Columbia University, protesters refused to break up their encampments and then smashed windows in a building on campus, barricading themselves inside. This Jewish student was there and called on the group to stop.
I actually hopped over a table and then they left me alone, and they've just been targeting students, whomever they can find, calling them Zionists, and if you hear them, they chant, "We don't want no Zionists here." So to me, that's a genocidal call, and that's a threat.
Columbia administrators closed off a large section of the campus, allowing only students with school IDs. Something fairly disturbing is happening. The infestation of spotted lanternflies, and as News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander reports, they're almost too small to detect.
We won't see them until August or September, when they will seem to be everywhere. They will target trees and vineyards. It'll be quite a nuisance. Andy Amrine of EV True Value says you can try and take action now.
You can spray, you can kill. It's just because of how small they are. You would really have to be a good aim to hit right on them, or you're just going to do a broad spray and, hopefully you're hitting the right spot and killing them.
While Andy says this might be the worst year yet, the spotted lanternfly should go way of the stink bug and be under control within a year or two. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
Bass Pro Shops is adding a new store in South Fayette Township's Newbury Market, just off of I-79 near Bridgeville. This will be the first Bass Pro Shop in the region, set to open in early 2026. Other businesses already open at Newbury Market include Tesla and BJ's Wholesale Club. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 333 points at 38,053. The NASDAQ is down 138 now. The S&P is down 38 points. KDKA Sports, the Backyard Brawl moves to PNC Park for tonight's baseball matchup. News Radio KDKA's Jeff Hathorn has a preview.
When Pitt and West Virginia meet in any sport, there's always emotion. But for these baseball players, the chance to play at PNC Park, it's big for all of them, but especially the locals. Combined, the teams have 14 players who went to local high schools. Several will start tonight, from Waynesburg Central to Pine Richland, a rare opportunity to play on the Pirates field. Susie Cool and I have the broadcast starting at 7. Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
Oakland 5, Pittsburgh 1 last night. The Pirates had a season-low 2 hits while losing for the 5th time in 6 games. And due to today's forecast, the Whippeal track and field meets have been postponed to Wednesday. The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick. For your perfect new roof and a lifetime warranty, trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03. Time to call Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. Light rain and 67 at Pittsburgh International. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Traffic jams, tailgating, pileups. Ugh, the joys of driving. How could it get worse? The federal government wants to have a say in what you drive. That's right. The Biden administration's EPA is pushing mandates that would ban 2 out of every 3 vehicles on the road today. Don't let Washington become your backseat driver. Protect the freedom of driving your way. Visit EnergyCitizens.org. Paid for by the American Petroleum Institute.
Rob Pratt with John from New Flow Men's Health. John, we all know how brutal ED is, and it can really take a toll in so many ways.
Absolutely true, Rob. Your performance in the bedroom is one thing, but you have zero confidence, your relationship suffers, you know it, and she knows it too.
And pills and injections don't work, and they all have dangerous side effects, right?
That's correct. At New Flow, our technology allows you to overcome your ED issues, thus restoring your natural function long term.
So if you want to eliminate your ED issues, call New Flow, 412-784-9000, 412-784-9000, or visit them at newflowmenshealth.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-266-4464. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-266-4464. 800-266-4464. That's 800-266-4464.
Oh, man. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis. Now, we have the legend back, Ryan, the Traffinator. Peace. What's up?
Thank you, Marty. Taking a look at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cameras on I-79 southbound outside Kennedy, there's a vehicle fire in the right lane. So traffic there is restricted to one lane at the moment. Going to probably see some delays as a result of that as they attempt to put out the fire. Other than that, your major roadways are looking pretty good at the moment. Seeing a little bit of congestion on the hill on the inbound side of the Parkway West. Other than that, though, your major roadways are looking good. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be mostly cloudy with a couple of showers, even a thunderstorm and a high not far from 70. Some clearing later tonight, though 50. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny and warmer in the afternoon with a high back up near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
What's up? Marty, I'm here to stay. You're happy, aren't you? Can't control yourself. And for those that I annoy, I'm that traffic accident on the parkway that you have to stare at. This one is disheartening. I've been communicating with this wonderful woman for about 24 hours. And I got to tell you, this is reality across America. What you're about to hear is happening thousands of times every day. When you hear this story, remember how difficult this is in America right now involving health care and getting treatment. Carrie, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm okay. How are you?
Well, my friend, you've had a hell of a couple days, have you not?
I sure have.
Tell us where you are right now.
I'm in the Washington Hospital ER with my son.
ER?
Yes.
How long have you been here? There?
I got there Sunday at 2.
No, you did not.
2 in the afternoon, yeah. And we just saw a psychiatrist here about an hour ago. He came in for 2 minutes and left and didn't treat.
So, let's back up. You've been there since Sunday, my dear.
Sunday at 2 p.m., yes. Mm-hmm.
You've been living in the ER.
I am living in the ER, yes.
Oh, my God.
I had to go to Walmart to get some clothes.
Seriously, like, how do you sleep? Where do you sleep?
They gave me a recliner.
Seriously?
Yeah. I have a recliner and a pillow and a blanket.
My God. In essence, my dear, you've been there 2 days.
Yeah.
And tell our listeners why.
My son has severe autism, the real severe stuff, and he is decompensating. He decompensated all week, and now he's just showing aggressive behaviors.
Hold on, step back and talk to us like we're idiots, because I am.
Okay.
What does decompensating mean?
It means when someone's mental health declines really bad.
Yep.
And so he decompensated all week. He just started his new group home on Monday, and I don't know if they were really ready for him, but he decompensated all week, and I saw him Sunday, and he had the biggest explosion ever for his mom, to let his mom know that he was upset, and he let me know, and we had to get an ambulance, and they brought him here to this hospital.
2 days ago?
And, yeah, Sunday at 2 we got here, yeah.
You've been sitting there for 2 days?
Yes, in the ER.
And the first time you talked to a doctor was when I reached out to them this morning and said they sent a doctor to talk to you. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes. Uh-huh.
And when you say he has a breakdown, what does that describe that for folks so they understand the serious nature of this?
Yes, he can't talk and express his emotions or feelings. So he'll just get angry. He'll punch walls, punch windows, punch doors, break stuff. That's how he expresses all his emotions. And everyone's been doing therapy and working with him for years on trying to improve that. But that's just the nature of autism. And Ryan also has intermittent explosive disorder, and that's what that's what they call those explosions.
Oh my God. And
I mean, he went after security here. He hit me. Yeah, I'm okay. Security's fine, but they had to restrain him and medicate him to calm him down when we got here Sunday.
And he's there with you in the emergency room?
We're sitting right here. I can send you a picture.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. And now we're trying to find out who can give him care. And every hospital, lots of them are full, but lots of them can't even take Ryan because he's so severe.
What do you
mean?
And
that's kind of why, yeah. That's kind of why I reached out. I have the sickest child, and I can't find the care. because he's so severe, they can't take him, they can't accommodate him.
So that's like saying, my cancer is really bad, I'm going to die, so we can't treat you, sir, you're just going to die, right?
That's what the system's done to me, yes, over the last 17 years.
I have a gunshot wound that's bleeding to death, but we can't treat that. It's too much of a wound.
Politics, red tape, bureaucracy, the way the hospital systems are designed, the way the mental health system is designed, all I've done is struggle to get this boy care for 17 years.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And we're not picking on this particular hospital because this is nationwide, is it not?
This is nationwide, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it sounds like, if I'm being fair, they've been kind to you there and accommodating to the best they can.
They have. Absolutely, yes.
Let me ask another dumb question. I apologize if I sound ignorant here, Carrie, and I'll love you.
No, you're fine.
We got to help you. How long will you wait? How long will you stay there?
I will stay there until they find a place for my child to get care.
Wow.
And so I could be here a week or more. There's waiting lists for all this care for these severe kids all over the state. We're looking for care. We're looking at care in Philadelphia right now. That's where there's a hospital over there called Foundations that said maybe they'll take him. But then we got to figure out how we transport him there because of his aggression and such, you know? So it's always something, there's always like a little asterisk about getting him care. There's always a caveat, you know, a caveat.
How old is he?
He's going to be 18 on May 15th.
My God.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a relationship with the men there at the hospital and the women. I love that hospital. They're very cool. And they really do give a damn. And they said that bed placement is a huge issue, especially pediatric.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it really is, yes.
No, not uncommon for people to wait for days for psych admission.
It's not. Yeah, we've done this before. We had to do this.
What do you mean?
We've waited in CHOP, Children's Hospital, Philly, 4 years ago to get him into another program, and we had to wait in CHOP for like 3 nights. We waited and lived in the ER at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and we did that too. So we've done another camp out. This is our second camp out.
I love you. I love your compassion, and most of all, I love how much you love your son.
I adore him because he's a sweet, beautiful boy. He had that big fit, okay, and he's slamming and throwing things, right, acting out. Then they medicate him, sedate him, calm him down. An hour later, he's rubbing my arm like a baby would rub its mother's arm. You know what I mean? He still has a child's mind. You know what I mean? He doesn't intentionally hurt people. He doesn't have that in his head. He just is angry, frustrated, and can't talk, so he acts out. But he's a sweet kid. He still has a baby mind. You know, he rubs me like a baby would rub me on my arm. You know.
So, for you personally and others, what is the solution here?
We need more services all the way around. More group homes, more psych wards, more mental health treatment, more awareness. Because we've gotten places and people don't know even what this severe autism is. You know, they just see the aggression and think he's so aggressive, and that's rare. Yeah. The aggression's the rare part. He only does that when he's distressed. And so...
Something like this could get him hurt or killed in an environment out in the public, right?
Absolutely, yes. He needs one-on-one care. He's 24/7 supervised, yes.
All right, hang in there for me. I need you for a few more minutes, all right?
Okay, great. Yeah, no problem.
She's wonderful. And this is sickening. Wow. Damn. Man. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. I drive a Genesis. I love the car. My man Ryan, what's up?
Thank you, Marty. Outside Kennedy Township on 79, the southbound side, we still have that vehicle fire. Crews have arrived on the scene, so hopefully that will get cleared up or, hopefully extinguished relatively soon. Traffic starting to pile up a little bit as traffic is restricted to only the left lane. Other than that, we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown out on the Parkway West inbound side around the bottom of Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go, shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Totalmente. And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan, at an amazing price with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely. Totalmente. Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John and Maggie Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 46 years. When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting the expertise and attention to detail that has made our company a customer favorite for decades.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows. They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
Now during our 46th anniversary sale, save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms. Visit us at metropolitanwindows.com or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Folks, Marty, NASCO, that name is synonymous with integrity and quality. What do? It's simple. NASCO replaces and repairs roofs. They don't try to be experts at everything with home repair. But when you need a roof work, NASCO, the folks you want on your roof. They're Pittsburgh's passionate, Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. The best of the best. Lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Call NASCO today for a free estimate. 412-373-2000. NASCO Roofing, spelled NASCO.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
CBS Eye on Veterans, presented by University of Maryland Global Campus. CEO of the Pat Tillman Foundation, Catherine Steele, reflects on the type of Army Ranger Tillman was after already being a football star in the NFL for the Cardinals.
Once he did join, he was famously and notoriously hard to get interviews with because he was like, hey, I'm not special, right? This is not about me because I happen to be in the NFL. There are people that are, shoulder to shoulder with me doing the same thing. They are equally as important in this effort, which is, I think, why as a foundation, we really look for veterans and active duty and military spouses that have that sense of humble leadership about them because it's who Pat was.
Catch every episode of 60 Minutes, America's most watched news magazine show, as a podcast. Hear in-depth investigations across politics, news, and entertainment on your schedule. Listen to 60 Minutes wherever you get your podcasts.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
understand the drama here. Wow. There is a dangerous shortage of psychiatric beds across the country. Wow. 20 states have seen a 20% drop since 2016. And it's even worse now. Since then, it's dropped even 10% more. Wow. All started in the 60s when they closed state-run mental hospitals and favored community-based treatment. Okay. Let me ask Carrie.
Huh?
Carrie.
Yes.
Can you get community-based treatment?
Yes, that's what he's getting in his group home. But when he's in an aggravated state, he needs full-on psych care.
And there's none of that.
I mean, we're here waiting for it.
So she's right again. So this plays out to what I said. They closed all the mental hospitals and said, let's take care of them elsewhere, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So when he has a major breakdown like this, they can't treat that, can they?
No, the ER just gives him Ativan. So he's sleeping here at the ER with me.
Oh, my goodness.
So he's rested and relaxed, but, the larger problem isn't being treated.
So, and I'm an idiot about this stuff. How do you treat this short of more meds or different meds?
Yeah, it's a lot of, you have to keep the schedule. You have to set him up on a really good regimented schedule. You do behavior therapy. You keep him busy. He goes to school. You try to prevent these meltdowns because once they are in effect, the only thing that helps is a sedative. So it's just kind of part of having severe autism because he can't let us know what's wrong, at all.
And am I wrong that they don't know what to do with the group home?
I mean, I think this group home we tried definitely was not prepared for him.
No.
Yes. So that contributed. I think they're a great organization. They know how to take care of children with needs. I don't know if they know how to take care of this specialty. Severe autism is this strange niche. It's very specific. It's very much one thing. And if you don't have experience with that one thing, then you don't always understand him and what he does and his behaviors. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And so you need to be trained in just this one thing, this severe autism, which is an epidemic. We're in an autism epidemic.
So when he's 18, when he has one of these breakdowns, he could hurt himself or anyone else, could he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And he'll be go with the police and the ambulance back to the ER. That's how it goes.
And if a police officer or someone who came to try to help and he was in one of these moments, it could lead to a real tragedy, could it not?
There has been those tragedies. Yes. We have been very fortunate. But yes, there's been multiple stories about, severely autistic children being hurt and killed by the police because they don't understand these children and their behaviors.
And the kids are in a hostile, dangerous moment in their lives, in their minds.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, there's also, you can look into the horror statistics about this, but people with children with severe autism, they often commit murder-suicide for their kids.
Oh, gosh.
That's real. Look it up. It's true. Because we are stuck in these situations all our lives, and it's so painful and such a struggle. And I've given up everything to raise my son. I have a graduate degree from the University of Pittsburgh. I quit working to care for my beautiful son, and I have no regrets. Right. But that leaves me with nothing, So
you're poor as hell.
Yes, I'm on medical assistance. He's on medical assistance. We're just trying to get through this system and trying to get him the care he needs,
And again, so we're not picking on that hospital there in particular, right?
Not in particular. I mean, they do have I feel like the psychiatrist came down and just left. I mean,
What did he say, though? What did he say to you?
Yeah, he wanted to know the background of what was going on.
I see.
And then he let me know that they couldn't accommodate him at this hospital.
Oh.
And then I asked why he was brought here if he wasn't going to be treated here.
Oh, they brought him there.
And they said to stabilize him.
They brought him there.
Yeah, the ambulance brought him here. It's the closest hospital.
Oh, wow.
So the ambulance would be the closest hospital. So we brought him here, and now they're like, well, no, we can't. He can't be upstairs. We can't treat him, and he can't offer the meds. And here's the other thing. Here's the other obstacle we're going through. He started the group home Monday, right? We were supposed to get in to see a doctor, a psychiatrist for him on the outside, and they delayed treatment, and they made it difficult to get in there. They put up barriers to care. So we didn't get to see this new psychiatrist. We had to wait 2 weeks because they were horrified by his behaviors, and they were nervous about him coming into the office for treatment.
Oh, God.
So they put off treatment for 2 weeks.
Oh.
Yeah. So now we're here. Now we're in crisis because we didn't have someone on the outside ready to go. And so no one can prescribe him a medicine or figure out a new med plan until we can get into a bed, into a facility, which I don't even know where that's going to be. And he can't, if he goes to the facility, he can't tell me if he's being mistreated there. And he can't tell me if they don't really understand him there. So I have to put my trust in God and in faith and just put him in these places and pray that it's going to be okay.
And you can't take care of him alone at home.
No.
No.
He has a hard time living in a home. I mean, we had to make that choice when he was 14. He lived with me till 14. And then the aggression kicked because puberty kicked in. And that changes severe autism. It goes boom. Now the aggression's too big. Now he's breaking things and hurting people. But he's not mean. He's not, he doesn't do this with malicious intent.
No.
He's just upset.
No.
But it's still, when you come and receive psychiatric services, they tend to treat him like he's this, dangerous person, and he can be, but he's a really sweet kid when he's not.
No, I get everything you're saying. I'm.
Yeah. But psychiatry, we were just back here. They put us in the psych hold room, and that was unbearable. He couldn't have a phone. He could have nothing to calm himself. There was no entertainment for him. We were there all day yesterday with nothing to do in a room with nothing, with a child who's distressed and has been through a heck of a week.
How does he eat?
They fed us.
Okay.
They sent us trays, yeah, and I got DoorDash at some point too, because I'm living here. So
I love you, and we're all.
Well, thank you.
I'm all over this with everyone at UPMC in Washington.
Yeah, we got to talk to congressmen and stuff too, because there's a lot of red tape in this mental health system,
you're right.
And it leaves out people like my son, who is so severe and that just needs care and needs someone not to be afraid.
No,
I think a lot of these folks are afraid. A lot of these psychiatrists and that, I won't take him, I'm afraid. Well, then who can take him?
Wow.
Who's going to step up and take him?
I'm all in, sister. Trust me on this, okay?
Yeah, we got to talk to Congress people. We got to call everyone we can.
All right. I'm all in. Stay there, all right? Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
Man. Folks, my favorite town to visit, Oakmont. Here's why. The Lot at Edgewater. Carnivores. The Pub at 333. Hofstadt's. Great restaurant. Great food. Great service. Cigar bar at The Lot. Oakmont is a town you can walk around. You can enjoy it. You can park. There's no problems. It's a wonderful, wonderful atmosphere with great food. The Lot at Edgewater. Carnivores. 333 and Hofstadt's. Amazing food, Oakmont.
From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Cloudy and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Two contrasting scenes this afternoon in Pittsburgh and New York City. First, the sound of students in a pro-Palestinian protest at New York's Columbia University. Video posted on X by Alistair Kitchen shows students taking over a building on campus. They have barricaded the entrances and unfurled a Palestinian flag. The escalation comes after Columbia started suspending students taking part in on-campus protest. While Columbia University student protesters acted out violently, the demonstration at Pitt ended peacefully. With more on how it happened, here's News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen.
The city's police chief met with organizers of the pro-Palestinian protest, telling KDKA Radio's Marty Griffin he was not seeking conflict, looking instead for agreement and resolution.
And that's how we ended up where we are today versus what other cities are facing across the country.
Asked to explain how things ended well, Chief Scarrato said they asked the students how they could accommodate the demonstrators and keep things peaceful.
And we set some pretty bright line conditions, what they needed to agree to so that we could support their First Amendment rights of free speech.
Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
There's a line of showers approaching from the west. AccuWeather meteorologist Joe Lundberg says there could be some high winds involved as well, but the impact will be limited.
The fact that there's going to be so many clouds around today will just keep the instability down, and we'll see showers with an embedded thunderstorm. You know, there might be a brief wind gust to 25, 30 miles per hour, but I just don't see it being worse than that across the area, thankfully, because of the cloud cover that we'll see most of today.
Tells the Big K Morning Show that the worst of the storm will be over in time for the evening rush. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 331 points. The Nasdaq down 145. The S&P 500 is down 38. KDK Radio News Time is 12:32. Our next update at 1 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Stock up this week at 8 local Coons Market locations with these favorite items.
Selected varieties of Giarrusa pasta, 60-ounce packages on sale, 5 for $5. And assorted varieties of Turkey Hill drinks, 1-gallon jugs are on sale, 2 for $6.
Barry and Steve Aaronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy happiness. But money did buy your boat, where you find peace fishing, unlike at home with 3 teenage daughters. Because fish never argue about who stole whose crop top, or get mad the other fish used up all the hot water. No, they just swim around, never embarrassed to be seen with you in public. So save money by bundling your boat or RV insurance with home or auto from Progressive. And buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
What's keeping you from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make learning fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. And in 10 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
That's not long.
It's not hard.
It's perfect.
It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Movement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. Excellent, excellent, excellent cars. Ryan, my man, what's up?
Thanks, Marty. The flaming vehicle on the southbound side of 79 outside Kennedy has been extinguished, though there are still emergency services around the car, and the right lane is still obstructed at the moment. Traffic is luckily getting by, not too backed up in the area. Other than that, your major roadways are looking good. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Considerable cloudiness this afternoon, a couple of showers around, even a thunderstorm with a high close to 70. It'll gradually clear later tonight, low 50. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny and warmer, high 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is Lisa. It has been 2 unbelievable years since I bought Nest Expressions Window Fashions in Wexford. I have been doing what I love best, draperies and blinds for every type of home and every budget. 724-933-5500.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So as I'm told, there's hundreds of thousands of beds, a shortage in mental health facilities. And Carrie Mahalik is literally camped out in the ER of Washington Hospital, right?
Yes.
And you got there Sunday, so you're there 2 days now.
Sunday at 2 p.m. Yep.
And you're there with your 18-year-old son.
He's about to be 18, but yes.
And describe these, when he starts to, his situation starts to deteriorate. What happens?
He starts getting more violent and aggressive and starts breaking things and starts doing other things. Like, he's toilet trained, but when he's upset, he'll pee in the garbage can or something. He'll do things like that. And that's how he lets you know, I'm not doing well.
So,
you see?
Check this out. So you camped out in Philly before to try and get help.
At CHOP. Oh, yeah, at CHOP.
Children's Hospital in Philly.
Yes.
One of the most renowned children's hospitals on earth, right?
It's terrific. They had a child psych inpatient, yeah.
But what happened?
But we had to camp there.
And did they
for
help
3
you?
nights. Yes, eventually. But we did have to camp out.
And what did that help mean?
Well, he'll go to a facility where they're able to stabilize him, put him on a real regular schedule, a really rigid schedule. They'll be able to observe him. They might adjust the meds, and
wow.
So that's what they'll do. Yeah.
So I have this from the folks there, and I really am tight with the people at Washington Hospital for various reasons.
Okay.
And we have the ER director involved. We have an inpatient adult unit. We're trying to get resolution. Hospitals are stuck.
Yes.
State closed hospitals. Very few options for children with severe issues.
But also, the people that work these systems aren't fighting to change them and fix these problems either. They're collecting a paycheck and leaving. A lot of these doctors, they come in 2 minutes and leave. That's not medical help.
I mean, and what the hell are you supposed to do? Huh?
I felt powerless and out of control my whole life having this beautiful child, because I have no real help at times, and this is one of those times.
And I'm looking like there's no real help anywhere in the country.
Yeah, not at this moment. We're going to have to wait for it.
So, Carrie, in essence, they're saying to you, screw it, lady. You're on your own, right?
That's basically how it is, and I have the sickest child, but I can't get help, and that's where I don't understand how this works. And if he had some rare bone disease or some rare blood disease, we would be
so true.
Everywhere. We'd be in every hospital. Everyone would take us, help us, all this. Not this situation. They don't.
And if you take him back to the group home today, he could hurt someone, kill himself or someone else.
He could definitely hurt people, yes, or hurt himself further. He's covered in bruises from all the punching in the walls he did.
Oh, gosh.
Because that's expressing his anger and all his feelings. So, yeah, he has bruises and even a couple cuts on his hand from hurt and from pounding and breaking stuff.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a steady psychiatrist you go to, let's say, once a week. That doesn't exist.
Well, he was in a residential treatment facility, and they had a full doctor and everything there. And then he had to go to the group home, and we are trying to get into a psychiatrist
hold on.
outside.
Hold on. Why would they put him in the group home?
Because that's the process for a severely autistic child. RTFs aren't full-time forever. RTFs are temporary swing-throughs till they go to their final place, and the group home's a final place.
Yeah, but the final place can't handle it.
I know. And then the state hospital, he's not eligible for the state hospital. And there's no other choice. So I don't know what to do. I know I'm here in the ER bunked out, and I'm waiting, and I'm just fighting for everything. I have a cell phone here. I'm just trying to call people and get help, you know?
And there are no beds at Western Psych.
There's no beds at Western Psych.
Oh, my God.
And there's no beds at Southwood here out in Washington. There's a child hospital. There's no beds there for them.
So we could give a crap about your kid, in essence, is what we're saying here.
Listen, I tried to get into a regular psychiatrist from the group home. The name of the company is called Healing Bridges in Washington. Yeah. Okay? They gave me all kind of red tape and runaround to get him in there. Now, had we saw them last week, maybe we wouldn't be here. But they delayed the appointment 2 weeks because they were scared to have him in the office.
What do you mean?
The woman, Marion, told me, the intake person at Healing Bridges, told me she was scared of him. So he was denied care with medical assistance. We need to talk to medical assistance people, too, about this care denial that we keep running across them. Then when they deny the care, they don't tell me where to go. Okay, so we can't come here. We can't see him. Well, where do I go?
Patrick, we're pretty good at solving things. I don't know what the hell to tell her. I'm kind of upset about this, obviously. I don't know what to tell you.
I've been crying for 3 days. I'm holding him back now. I feel powerless, helpless, sad. I'm worried for him. I'm worried for his future. And then these people, a lot of times, they come and they look at me and they see those behaviors and they think like, they just look so down on him and they look so judgmental towards us. A lot of mental health people, they look at us like, I'm beating him or something. What? I've had that accusation. I've had CYF called on me. This whole system is broken for children like this. It's all broken. All I've done is love him.
And you say
be a good mom.
And you say it's so bad sometimes that it leads to murder-suicides.
That is very true. You can look that statistic up. You can Google it. Severe autism parents, they do murder-suicide because there's nowhere to take them, and no one wants them. So you just take them out because then it's the problem solved.
That can't.
And you can read about that. And that's what people are led to.
That's never crossed your mind.
Never. That'll never be a possibility for me. That could never hurt him.
I'm silent here. I love you. The best I can do is the best I can do. So I've committed to this 1,000%, my dear. Right?
Great. Thank you so much.
How do you sleep, by the way? I mean, how the hell do you sleep?
Heavily medicated.
Really?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And you sleep in a chair?
Yeah, I'm in this recliner. It lays back. You know when you have a baby and they have the recliner for the dad to sleep in? Yeah. They have that. Yeah, they have that. That's what I'm sleeping in. Yeah.
All right, darling. They tell me they're working on it. I'm in constant contact with the CEO there, who I love.
Okay.
And one of their big shots there, Larry, who I love, and their CEO. We're going to get this resolved today.
Thank you so much. Right. Thank you.
Thank you for being so damn courageous.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Talk to you later, dear.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay.
I'm kind of speechless on this one.
It's a tough one, that's for sure.
It's a crap show with an S. Oh, man. Man, think if that was my son, what the hell would I do? Ariana, you listen to this.
I'm speechless too. I mean, seriously, like what she's saying, she gets turned around. Where is she supposed to go when she gets turned down?
And the parents have actually killed their kids and they killed themselves.
What? That's awful. That's tragic to hear.
It's awful. I mean, I get it because they feel like they have nowhere else to
go.
They run out of options and they can't handle it anymore.
I see what you're saying. I am not picking on this hospital. They've been wonderful.
No, their hands get tied in a lot of these things too.
Right, but she made a good point. I think the awareness needs to be more out there too, because I would have had no idea.
I had no idea.
No idea that this was such a bad issue that needs.
And I had no idea these kids get that violent. I just didn't. And he's 18. He could kill her or hurt someone else.
I didn't realize there wasn't that much help for them.
I didn't either.
I mean, we hear about more and more cases of autism and severe autism,
True.
And it makes sense. But she's right. I haven't heard of anyone addressing this.
We're on it, man. with UPMC, with the folks in Washington. I promise you, we're on it. I promise you. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Movement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. My man Ryan, what's up out there?
Thanks, Marty. We've still got delays on 79 southbound. The right lane still obstructed due to that prior vehicle fire outside Kennedy Township. Traffic is backed up just about to the S-Bend now. You'll see a delay of at least 15 minutes. Other than that, your major roadways are looking good at the moment. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Hello, I'm business broker Bruce Violet, and I often get asked, what's the best business to get into these days? Well, the answer is the all-new home-based franchise businesses, available in hundreds of different business categories. Ever dreamed of owning your own business, working from home at an extremely affordable cost? Well, now you can, and together we can make it happen. To learn more, visit my website at OpportunityU.com. That's OpportunityU.com, or call 800-980-2040.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Company.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends. Weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-301-9153. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-301-9153. That's 800-301-9153. Again, 800-301-9153.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Americans are making more money, but that may not be a good thing right now. The Employment Cost Index, which measures wages and benefits, jumped more than 1% higher in the first quarter of the year. It was more than forecast, and it's stoking worries that as long as wages continue to rise, so will inflation. Meantime, consumer confidence at the end of April falling for a third month in a row, now at the lowest level in 2 years, on worries about the outlook for jobs and the economy. And all that is really weighing on Wall Street today, just as the Federal Reserve opens a two-day meeting on interest rates. The decision is out tomorrow, but no change in rates is expected. And right now, it's got the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P all down about 1%. And Rite Aid stores expanding a current delivery partnership it has with Uber Eats to start delivering alcohol right to your door from nearly 1,000 Rite Aid stores in California, New York, Oregon, Ohio, Virginia, and Washington. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, Patrick, read that stuff coming in.
Yeah, so a message just came in a second ago. Marty, listening to your show right now about help for severely autistic kids. My nephew needs help. My sister needs help. There's absolutely nowhere to turn. The lady on the radio is absolutely correct. There's no help out there. My nephew has the same issues as her son. My sister's fighting the same fight. Please help. They need a voice out there.
I thought it was smart. I thought I've seen everything twice. I've never heard this. Ariana, have you ever heard a story like this before? Ariana Bazzi.
Truly not.
Never.
I have not. I'm astounded.
Patrick, I've never heard it described this way.
No, I haven't.
I mean, I knew the issues were there and they were very real.
I knew there was a bed
but
shortage.
to be turned down and then nowhere to go.
Damn. And she's camped out in that emergency room until she gets
Good
help.
for her. That's great.
No, it takes a courageous woman.
Absolutely.
I never thought about. I mean, we know the issues are there, but this is one I certainly didn't think about. Like we hear about, remember the Prader-Willis kids that have the eating disorder. It's kind of like autism as well.
God.
And there's a place for them at the Caring Place.
Yep.
In Squirrel Hill.
How much he said the doctor's afraid to have him in the office?
I know that.
The guy that's supposed to treat the guy. Crap.
I understand it though.
No, I'm with you, bro. I'm not picking on anyone.
No.
Here. We got to fix this, man.
Wow.
Hold on a second. Jim, what's up?
Hey, here's the problem, Marty. I used to call in hospital. No, really serious. Medicaid does not pay for an inpatient diagnosis for a psychiatric. That's a fact.
Yeah. It's a lot more than
and
Medicaid.
I've known people.
It's a lot more than
Medicaid. They all go to Medicaid when they're on autism. They almost always go to Medicaid, Marty.
Yeah, but it's a lot more.
I know
than
that for a
Medicaid.
fact.
I remember him from the old days. Some things you like to forget. Spice, thanks for holding. Go ahead. Spike, I'm sorry.
Marty. Okay, Marty, I'm going to tell you what the problem is.
Yeah.
I worked in the mental health field in 1970. We had a hospital called Woodville State Hospital.
Yes.
We had 1,500 patients there. We had Mayview. We had Torrance. The state decided to sell that property to housing developments. We have nowhere for these people to go. The reason that we're having so many problems, and that's with everything, gun shooting, I worked with that crazy people, and, we had places for them to go. We have no facilities now. I ran into this personally with a family member. I was able, because they had knowledge of the mental health system, I was able to have her committed, and she got a guardian. Now she's in a personal care home.
What the hell is this woman supposed to do, man?
Well, Marty, the problem lies there's not just this woman. There are people out there who are dealing with this daily, and they can't. There's nowhere to turn. The state has to get in. They closed these hospitals because they said these patients had patients' rights, and when we were institutionalized. Well, we need to take their rights away while they're disturbed, medicate them, treat them, have them seen by psychiatrists, have them put into group homes when they're capable and able to handle group homes.
You're right.
These individuals need personal care provided by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We got to stop spending our money on stupid things.
Right on. Thanks, brother. Thank you, sir. Linda, go.
Hey, I can't agree more with everybody. I have a little nephew, 5 years old, worst case evaluation for autism, nonverbal, can't go to the bathroom on his own or anything like that. And there's nobody really that can help you out there. My sister, and he's a runner, which is one of those ones that's a special classification. He'll run barefoot if he can get away in the snow without coats on or anything. And there's a house right next door to where I live. It's a group home with 3 disabled men in there. And I know one of them definitely has autism for sure, because he's tried to get in my house 2 or 3 times. He's harmless, but and he's nonverbal as well.
Is that
but there
story,
isn't
that
any
story,
help out
the
there.
story just drags my heart across broken glass.
And 1 in 36 kids are now being diagnosed with autism.
Patrick, weren't you saying that it's more prevalent?
Oh, yeah. We definitely know there's more and more cases of autism out there.
Thanks, Linda.
Yeah, and it's stressful because you don't know what to do. You don't know where to get help.
There's no way.
And when
It's unbelievable. I apologize, Linda. I appreciate everybody's calls. I appreciate everybody's compassion. I don't know what to say about any of it. It's depressing, actually, quite frankly. And we will not quit until we find a place for this young man and look at the bigger picture stuff, too.
When you come to Diamonds Direct, we know it's always the start of a celebration, an engagement, your wedding day, honoring a lifetime of love, searching for that special birthday gift for the one you love the most, and all the celebrations in between. That's why we've curated a shopping experience to match your excitement. You walk into a beautiful showroom with experts eager to help, or if you prefer, just explore on your own as long as you like. At Diamonds Direct, we've taken pressure out of the process. Our experts are cheerful and engaging. We'll help you on your terms with your price range when you're ready. We've made it easy by offering virtually unlimited options. With everything in our showcase being handpicked for its beauty and quality, you can't go wrong. You are guaranteed to get the best value because we are the value leader, and you have confidence in knowing you are protected with our lifetime warranties and guarantees. Diamonds Direct's experience is designed with our goal of creating not just a happy moment, but a magical one. So you leave smiling, just like you came in. Diamonds Direct, for your best moments in life. Get store hours and directions at diamondsdirect.com.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Cloudy and 71 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Last night, 3 suspects linked to a gun shop robbery in Mercer County were arrested in Mount Washington. They're accused of crashing a car into seconds-count firearms yesterday and leaving with several weapons. KDKA TV reported that another car was stolen as the getaway. Pittsburgh police officers spotted it, arrested the suspects, and recovered the firearms. There was another gun store robbery Sunday in Shenango Township, Lawrence County. It isn't known if the robberies are connected. 2 contrasting scenes this morning in Pittsburgh and New York City. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators had their tents near Pitt in Shenley Park, but at Columbia University, protesters refused to break up their encampments and then smashed windows in a building on campus, barricading themselves inside. The Jewish student was there and called the group to stop.
I actually hopped over a table and then they left me alone, and they've just been targeting students, whomever they can find, calling them Zionists, and if you hear them, they chant, "We don't want no Zionists here." So to me, that's a genocidal call, and that's a threat.
Columbia administrators closed off a large section of the campus, allowing only students with school IDs. While Columbia University student protesters acted out violently, occupying a building on campus, the demonstration at Pitt ended peacefully. With more on how that happened, here's News Radio KDKA's Paul Rasmussen.
The city's police chief met with organizers of the pro-Palestinian protest, telling KDKA Radio's Marty Griffin he was not seeking conflict, looking instead for agreement and resolution.
And that's how we ended up where we are today versus what other cities are facing across the country.
Asked to explain how things ended well, Chief Scarrato said they asked the students how they could accommodate the demonstrators and keep things peaceful.
And we set some pretty bright line conditions, what they needed to agree to so that we could support their First Amendment rights of free speech.
Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
Tree pollen estimates for the second half of the week range from high to very high. Here's News Radio KDKA's Susie Cool.
The amount of pollen being released by trees this year appears to be higher, and its allergenicity is stronger than in years past. And AHN's Russell Traster told KDKA Radio how it just so happens to be affecting kids this time of the year.
For some reason, the tree pollen really gets some kids, and one of the things I hear about a lot this time of year in kids is, maybe they can put up with some of their regular old allergy symptoms, but a lot of kids will get like that really, really itchy eyes and can even have swelling of their eyes, and their eyes can swell shut.
Some tips to help families and children navigate this particular allergy season: try and minimize kids' exposure by keeping your home and car windows closed, and wipe off before coming back indoors. Susie Cool, News Radio KDKA.
Backyard Brawl moves to PNC Park for tonight's baseball matchup. News Radio KDKA's Jeff Hathorn has a preview.
When Pitt and West Virginia meet in any sport, there's always emotion. But for these baseball players, the chance to play at PNC Park, it's big for all of them, but especially the locals. Combined, the teams have 14 players who went to local high schools. Several will start tonight, from Waynesburg Central to Pine Richland. A rare opportunity to play on the Pirates field. Susie Cool and I have the broadcast starting at 7. Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 397 points. The Nasdaq down 169. The S&P 500 is down 45. KDK Sports Pirates lost to the Oakland A's 5-1 last night. Were held to just 2 hits. Bucks and A's again tonight from Oakland. First pitch at 9:40. News brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick, installing most roofs in just one day. Trust PJ.com. KDK Radio News Time is 1:03. It is cloudy and 71 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast together next.
Larry Richard with legendary sports broadcaster Lanny Fratteri, who recently used Lacina Drapery and Blind Factory. Lanny, how'd it go?
Larry, Lacina made it easy. A great selection of quality materials, plenty of expert advice, and flawless installation. I've been around a lot of pros in my lifetime, and Lacina's the best game in town.
Call 412-665-4900 today for a free shop-at-home appointment. 412-665-4900.
Lacina Drapery and Blind Factory, the quality you deserve at factory direct prices.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-266-4464. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-266-4464. 800-266-4464. That's 800-266-4464.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Movement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. My man Ryan, what's up out there?
Thank you, Marty. We're still on 79 seeing delays due to that earlier vehicle fire that's getting cleared up back towards the S-Bend On the Parkway West inbound side, or outside Green Tree, there's an accident that has closed the left lane, so we're also seeing delays there now. As well as on the outbound side, we're also seeing traffic on the Parkway West outside Carnegie. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Considerable cloudiness this afternoon with scattered showers, even a thunderstorm, the high 70. Mostly cloudy this evening, then some clearing later tonight, though 50. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny and pleasant with a high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
What's up, Marty? I'm here to stay. Love 10 to 2, yeah. Get used to it. Man, we got a lot going on. I posted a video from PPG Place 2 days ago. Almost 200,000 people have seen it with various comments, most of them incendiary, most of them obnoxious and hateful, kind of vile. It was a couple. Actually, they were both passed out from fentanyl, I'm told. They did not overdose, I'm told, and they got treatment and left, I'm told. And no one knows where they're at. We're told they're not dead. And it was right in the center of PPG Place. I actually had several videos from PPG Place on Sunday where folks are afraid to go now because they're worried about junkies, quite frankly, and drug dealers, quite frankly, and makes them nervous and they think it's dangerous. My interest in posting that was not to gather attention from myself or for hyperbole, to draw attention to the fact that there really is no effort to try and either address this problem, address that issue, address what's happening in the city, including a fight, what was it, Thursday night in Market Square. 40 juveniles beat the hell out of each other with chairs. I am not exaggerating. The chairs were set up for an event. 40 of them started beating the hell out of each other, described to me as a WWE wrestling match, and it's not funny. And it's kind of a drama of downtown Pittsburgh. In the rhetoric that I received about this particular couple and this particular drug problem was, to hell with them, I'm tired of paying for them. One woman said they should all be tattooed. You get one tattoo. Once they see the tattoo, they won't give you Narcan anymore, let you die. In the middle of this rhetoric was one of my boys, actually, Tony Moreno. We go way back. In fact, Tony ran for mayor. Tony was an insanely cool cop, what you would describe as a consummate street guy. In fact, Tony and I roamed those streets downtown. Tony and I videotaped the homeless and the drugs and the panhandling long before anyone else. And Tony gets it until I posted this video. Then he started going off on options for treatment and help and his ire at hearing all of this. And I had to grab him this morning because he's a guy that matters. Big man, what's up?
Hey, Marty Griffin, how are you, my brother? I'm glad you're back on the radio and healthy again.
So you've been a jag-off about this posting, if you want the truth. You're being obnoxious and nasty, were you not, sir?
It was, it's, when I hear how this is coming out, it's completely misdirected.
Okay.
And I was being a little facetious, but
it came off as insensitive from a guy I know to be insensitive, from a guy I know knows issues with alcohol and drug abuse and has seen in his own life like I have too. So this came off as insensitive. You just said to hell with them.
Oh, no. That is not the way I meant that at all. When we talk about Narcan use, Marty,
yes, sir.
There is no follow-up with it. Now, let's just put it in context.
There isn't.
Narcan is the last saving grace for someone's life when they're overdosing due to addiction. It's the last measure, and we've turned it into the normal application of how to deal with people that are suffering addiction from top to bottom, and that's where I have the problem.
And by the way, hold on, he's right. In fact, I know addicts for a fact. They'll both get high, and one of them has Narcan, and they want the most potent fentanyl. So if one of them overdoses, the other one hits them with the Narcan to save their lives, but they're getting that great high. That's true too, right?
Absolutely 100%. And here's where my ire and my vitriol comes from. How can anybody sit and say that is the humane treatment and this is how we should address the problems that we see in real life that are killing people?
Right.
That's my issue because it's all wrong. This is a way to keep people in tents with money flowing for mental health, and nobody gets any help, Marty. There was a woman who was pregnant that died of an overdose in a tent right before they cleared him out over there on the hour.
Yes, that's true. You're right.
3 days she was there. Nobody walked through. Nobody identified this person as needing help. They spent, through their numbers, Marty, these aren't my numbers.
Right.
This is their numbers. $10 million so far in addressing mental health and addiction downtown. $10 million. Now, you and I both saw the guy from the street team. The street team guy walked up to somebody that was overdosing on the bench, on the steps of the church, and he asked him what was going on, how he was, does he need help? The guy refused all help, and we looked at him and asked him, so what do you do now? He goes, well, I can't force anybody to do anything, and he went about his business.
True.
That's the problem, Marty. We are not addressing the root cause and taking care of it and making these people get into the help they need because they don't have the ability to decide on their own because they're stuck in addiction, for God's sake.
Tony Moreno, former cop, ran for mayor, one of my boys, one of my favorite people. So Bethany comes on yesterday, by the way, an addict for 8 years, pretty honest person, and says, why are you messing with them? Leave them alone. They're not bothering anyone. Is that how we should handle this? Just let them get high, leave them alone.
That is the most insensitive, ridiculous thought process in the world. So let's take a different look at that. Let's just talk about that in a different way. First, let's address the fact that somebody saw that man on TV and hadn't seen him since October, and nobody knew where he was. So there's an entire family that's in dire straits, not knowing where their mentally health suffering, addicted family member is. They don't know. So,
in fact, hold on. To address Tony's point, a woman saw that video. That's actually the father of her 3 children, and she was actually with her 13-year-old son at the time and thought dad was dead because they hadn't heard from him since October. You're right.
Yeah, so how is that humane treatment? How is that reaching out and showing our humanity through the city of Pittsburgh by ignoring it? There is nothing right about sitting in a public square, shooting potentially killer drugs into your arm illegally, and then hoping that you don't overdose. You know, hearing somebody who has gone to jail for drugs, who has enjoyed who has enjoyed the white privilege of selling drugs to an undercover officer and then pretty much getting off scot-free, spending a small amount of time in jail.
6 months isn't a small amount. But go ahead.
So I look and I hear them say, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with you? Why aren't you spending every dollar in taking this person, financing? If we have $10 million to spend, instead of sending it to organizations related to the administration so they get their payoff, why aren't we spending that money where it's needed? Send them to rehab. Take them, put them in the justice system that forces rehab. And if they come out after successfully graduating from rehab, then we go ahead and help them again. We don't give up on helping them. That is the wrong answer. What we do is we give them the option. As soon as they don't take the options, like housing, you know, we built a $10 million structure to house homeless people, but homeless people don't want to go there. Some of them want to stay out and use drugs. So what do? We have to use the tools that they gave us, Marty, that the police have to identify people suffering. If they break the law, you use it as a tool not to incarcerate them and give them a record, but to make them choose. Do I want to get help now and I'll go through the program and try to succeed, or do I just go through the steps, get back out so I can use more?
But all right, man, hang on, man. Hang on. Can you hang through the break, brother? All right.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
We're reaching out to Hallam as well. All right, man. Love Tony Moreno. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroe. I drive in Genesis and love it. You know who else we love? The man Ryan. What's up out there?
Thanks, Marty. Taking a look at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cameras, the accident on the inbound Parkway West outside Green Tree has closed 2 lanes of traffic, with cars moving through only the right lane. Traffic is backed up just about past Carnegie. On the 79 southbound outside Kennedy, the vehicle that had been on fire has finally been cleared. Still going to see some delays back to nearly the S-bend as the normal flow of traffic resumes. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-301-9153. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-301-9153. That's 800-301-9153. Again, 800-301-9153.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
Folks, Marty, NASCO, that name is synonymous with integrity and quality. What do? It's simple. NASCO replaces and repairs roofs. They don't try to be experts at everything with home repair. But when you need roof work, NASCO, the folks you want on your roof. They're Pittsburgh's passionate Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. The best of the best. Lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Call NASCO today for a free estimate. 412-373-2000. NASCO Roofing, spelled NASCO.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John and Maggie Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 46 years. When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting the expertise and attention to detail that has made our company a customer favorite for decades.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows. They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
Now during our 46th anniversary sale, save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms. Visit us at metropolitanwindows.com or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Tony walks the walk. It's just the truth, man. He's a legendary cop, undercover, you name it, street cop, you name it. He is the kind of guy that I like to hang with. He's very emotional, very passionate, and gives a damn. We were doing a piece one time. This is how much he cares. We were trying to help this woman, and Tony was cooking food for her every day. Remember that, Patrick? And he was bringing food every single day.
Yep.
I think we were getting her a furnace or water or something. So he gives a damn. And so I post this video, and nearly 200,000 people have commented. Most of the comments are ignorant. It's fascinating that people would rather have people die. And I raised a point to Tony during this, that when someone has diabetes, and all diabetes isn't related to eating, but a lot of it is. You end up eating too much, you get obese, you end up with a sugar deal, and then there you go. Would you go in to see a doctor and you say, we're not going to treat you because you ate too much sugar? No. So many people have lung cancer from smoking. Would you go to the Hillman Cancer Center and they would say, oh, you smoke cigarettes, we're not going to treat you, we're going to let you die? So why, Tony, do people have such disdain for us trying to help addicts with a treatment of any sort, including Narcan, sir? Why?
I just don't think they have a complete understanding of what they're seeing. They're just seeing the end result, and it's frustrating because they don't see it getting better. And when you start realizing the reports that start to build up, you have a medic crew that's downtown that answered 30 calls back to back their entire shift, and they were all related to drug overdoses.
That's right.
You Narcan somebody 3 times in one day. That is not help. So people just, they get...
Hold on, let me stop you here, because Tony says it doesn't help. So what I've heard from a lot of my boys, including you, is you Narcan them once. You say, ma'am or sir, here's your choice, rehab or jail. Is that fair, Tony?
Well, it's that is in the steps, but basically we don't want to send them to jail because they're stuck in addiction.
Well, what if they refuse rehab? What the hell do you do then? Because I've seen this. I've watched this live, by the way, and so has Patrick. I've watched. They say to hell with you and they walk away.
Oh, at that point, that's where you reach in your toolbox and you start saying, hey, look, there's laws that cover this, and we're trying to get you help. I don't want to have to utilize this part of it.
But hold on, because we live this. Me and you and Patrick, this is a fact. We were on Fort Duquesne Boulevard. There was a veteran with one leg. He was so high or out of it, we thought he was dead. Did we not, Tony?
Yep.
He woke up, wanted to kick our asses, said to hell with you.
Yep.
The 911 guys came. He refused treatment, and he walked away. What could we have done differently in that moment, sir?
There comes a point where somebody becomes a danger to themselves or others. And when you're laying there and hardly breathing and you continually your alcohol consumption, that person is not physically able to make a decision on his own because he's so inebriated. You take that person and you put them in your custody, but before you do anything, there's about 4 different ways that you can arrest them. But the arrest is not to get them into jail. The arrest is to get them into the hospital because I have to clear them as a police officer before they can get incarcerated. And here's what happens. The hospital says they need to go through detox.
Yep.
I say, as a police officer, okay, you take him, and then I do up my paperwork so he just gets a summons to come to court. And then once that person has been indoctrinated into the process of rehab,
right,
they get clean and they get clothes and they get fed and they get sponsors, and then they can come to court prepared to now make a good decision. So there's steps. It's hard, Marty. Nobody wants to. The people that are completely on the other side do not want law enforcement engaged at all. But what we know now is death comes without law enforcement engagement. And nobody wants to talk about how people are dying on the street because the policies in place now allow it.
Wow. Well, they didn't
Marty,
listen to you.
I want to remind everybody
hold on. They didn't listen to us that day. They just left that dude there. We walked away.
That was their charge. When I said to you, Marty, this is how This is how they address it. When they say we got 18 street team members out here and we put millions of dollars into this and the training and all the resources, what you saw is what really happens. That's why you don't see anything changing downtown. They're telling you one thing, but you see another. That's the issue.
No, some that what we got now ain't working, brother.
Well, what I'm going to tell you right now is we have to go back and look at how we got to this position, because when I worked this job as a Pittsburgh police officer, the same rules and the same laws applied as apply right now. Nothing's changed, Marty. Now, when you and I walked together that very first time, I hadn't eaten for 5 years, but do you remember what happened in Market Square? That one woman who sat down next to the liquor store and she remembered me? She actually got up to walk away because I walked up and I said, no, I'm retired. You could stay.
She did.
But it was the impact of when you enforce the rules, people will start to obey the rules. And you will start to have a little settling of what's going on and you'll never eradicate it. It'll never go away. What you try to do is get a grip on it and manage it.
So I love what you're saying in that we can't just pass out Narcan like candy cane because they'll just keep taking the candy cane and no one will do anything about anything.
We don't know we don't know what happened. That person could go. There should be actually a class action lawsuit for people that die after receiving Narcan and just get let go. Because you're allowing they tell you need to go to the hospital because Narcan just suspends the drug in you.
I watched this live. I watched it right in front of the of a hotel downtown. A guy was out. The cops came up. The medics, they Narcaned him, saved his life. He got up, angry as wanted to punch one of them out because they ruined his high and ran away. And that was it.
Even if you didn't want to arrest him, you take his information and you send a summons through the mail to the address. That way, at least, Marty, we have a history of what this person's doing. So if somebody calls and says, hey, the father of my children's been missing since October, we don't know if he's dead or not.
That happened yesterday.
They can say, hey, you know what? We ran into him downtown a couple weeks ago. He was alive, but you might want to, start looking at the shelters or start looking here or there. We could have answers. We could direct the help to them. I did it. I know it could be done because I did it. I had an entire folder on the downtown homeless population and what meds they were on and where they were seeing doctors.
All right, man. Hey, can you hang for me?
Yeah, Marty, I'm here for you, brother.
Your good friend Bethany wants to debate you on this. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right, man. Bethany Hallam, next. Tony Moreno. I love his compassion. I love his plan. I love his idea, and I love that he gives a damn. We need people like this who really give a damn to make a difference, or else it just stays the same.
Ireland from Ireland Contracting. Our company understands what you have accomplished to keep a roof over your family's head. This year, put your hard-earned tax refund to work on your number one investment, your home. Make this the year your home gets that makeover it deserves with Pittsburgh's home exterior experts in roofing, siding, windows, generators, skylights, and electrical services. We have over 30 years of experience, and we know what it takes to get the job done right. Call Ireland Contracting today at 1-800-NEW-ROOF or IrelandContracting.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Light rain and 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1:30. I'm Paul Alexander. 6 days of pro-Palestinian protests, mostly by Pitt students, ended without incident Monday in Shenley Park. Police Chief Larry Scarrato says he laid the groundwork when meeting with the demonstrators, telling KDKA Radio's Marty Griffin.
When you're an honest broker and you come to the table with willingness to listen, you'll find that majority of the demonstrators were in the same space.
Chief Scarrato said they asked the students how law enforcement could accommodate them while keeping things peaceful. At the same time, conditions were set for the protesters. He said it was a team effort involving the mayor's office, Pitt administrators, campus, and city police. Last night, 3 suspects linked to a gun shop robbery in Mercer County were arrested in Mount Washington. They're accused of crashing a car into seconds-count firearms yesterday and leaving with several weapons. KDKA TV reports that another car was stolen to get away. Pittsburgh police officers spotted it, arrested the suspects, and recovered the firearms. There was another gun store robbery Sunday in Shenango Township. It isn't known if the robberies are connected. Pittsburgh Promise honors graduating seniors' post-secondary plans. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
The Pittsburgh Promise hosted nearly 1,000 graduating seniors today at Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall, signifying their post-graduation plans to attend more than 150 institutions of higher learning. I spoke with Salim Gabriel, Executive Director of the Promise, and he tells KDKA Radio, this is a time we look forward to all year long.
It's the time when we celebrate the plans that each kid has for what they will do after high school.
PPS student Tamir O'Neill tells me the benefits of having the Promise.
They're giving out money for students that's going to college in state. So that's like a free scholarship, but you got to put the work in. You got to come to school. You got to get the grades to qualify for the Promise.
O'Neill says he's committed to Indiana University of Pennsylvania, majoring in business. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 387 points. The Nasdaq down 184. The S&P 500 is down 47. KDKA Radio News Time, 1:32. Our next update at 2 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Hi, Paul Alexander here with a challenge. A challenge might not be the best choice of words, so let's say an opportunity. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. Has a different ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe the scale says 300. Wouldn't the 260 number be a little nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. There's no reason you can't drop 40 by the 4th. Ring Independence Day in healthy, confident, and most importantly, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open your beverage of choice and roast up the dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to the free support for life. For the Pittsburgh location or the at-home program, reserve your consult online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hello, I'm business broker Bruce Violet, and I often get asked, what's the best business to get into these days? Well, the answer is the all-new home-based franchise businesses, available in hundreds of different business categories. Ever dreamed of owning your own business, working from home at an extremely affordable cost? Well, now you can, and together we can make it happen. To learn more, visit my website at OpportunityU.com. That's OpportunityU.com, or call 800-980-2040.
From the PD Dispatcher Cone Boomer Traffic Center, AAA Traffic Power Bowser and Genesis. My man Ryan, what's up?
Thanks, Marty. The accident outside of Green Tree on the Parkway West inbound side has been cleared up by now. Excuse me. But there is another accident on the westbound side out by the Pittsburgh interchange on the Parkway West outbound side with AAA traffic. I'm Ryan McCullough on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon will be mostly cloudy with a couple of showers, even a thunderstorm and a high not far from 70. Some clearing later tonight, though 50. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny and warmer in the afternoon with a high back up near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At the end of the day, and I hate that cliche, so I'm not going to use it anymore. We had 100,000 overdose deaths in America last year. We have had nearly 1 million since 2000. And no one has any idea of how to fix it or really address it. It's a vicious crap show. I have done interventions on 15 friends. My closest friend, quite frankly, when I was working in L.A. and Dallas, when I was a big shot, was a crackhead. And I'm not exaggerating. He was a gifted television anchor and reporter. He destroyed his entire life with crack cocaine. It was so bad. And he was a zillionaire, had $1 million house, and had 3 kids. I was the godfather of all his kids. I was the best man at his wedding. He blew through all of his money on crack, and so much that I had to buy food for his wife and kids in their $1 million house. It's no lie. And I probably did 6 or 7 interventions with him. A couple times he came to my house. He wanted to kill me because he said I was sleeping with his wife, which I wasn't. I was actually buying food for his kids. But my point is, this spiral is insane. Real quick, and then I got to get to our guests. There was a young girl standing on a street corner. It was at Brookline. And cops sent me a video of her standing there because these 3 kids came up and knocked her out cold. Cold. It was on video. And then they took pictures with her. Seriously. And I was so scared for her. I went out and found her. She was a fentanyl addict. I chased her down the street with her mother. I'm not exaggerating. And we got her into rehab. Patrick, you remember this. It was horrible.
Awful.
She had a 13-year-old daughter. She was a beautiful girl. Her mother was amazing. She cleaned up one time, changed her whole life, was back with her daughter. This is a true story. And then she fell back on the drugs. We took her back to rehab. She ran away with her idiot drug dealer boyfriend one day, overdosed, and died, and they threw her in the alley and left her body there. It's horrific. And if you know that kind of pain, then you know what I'm talking about. It's legit, and it's real. And 2 people that know this stuff, because they're out there all the time, and they really do give a damn, is Tony Moreno and Bethany Hallam. Good morning, Bethany. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Tony, how are you?
Fantastic.
So, both of you give a damn, but you kind of give a damn in a different way. Tony completely disagreed with, and others, that when I talked to you live the other day about the video I sent you, you said, how are they bothering anyone? I'm not wrong. That's what you did say, right, Bethany?
Correct. You are not wrong.
Tony, you disagree. Why?
Well, as I reiterated that shortly after that was aired, that woman's that man's wife called the mother of his children, saying, "I haven't seen him since October."
He did.
So when you just put that in context, I'm positive the police would have had to have come in contact with him at some point. And if it was a police officer who had the ability to utilize all the tools that he has given to him, he would have contacted that person, put him in the system, got him the help that he doesn't even know that he could get, or at least pushed him to that, and been able to answer that woman's call when she says, "My husband's missing." So you got an entire family suffering because they don't know where their addicted husband is, or dad, even if he's alive. So just on that point, it's a complete failure of policy to allow that, and it's inhumane. To say that somebody is bringing themselves close to death and just monitoring it and they're not bothering anybody is no way to treat another human being.
Bethany, what do you say? Is this a vicious cycle? They get high, they clean up, they get Narcan if they overdose, and we just give more and more and more and nothing changes. Is there a better way, Bethany?
Oh, there's definitely a better way. I think a couple things first, though, in responding to Tony, is I don't want us to get into the business of policing familial relationships. Absolutely, it is devastating when a member of your family, somebody you love, is using drugs. It takes a toll on the entire family. That is absolutely the case. But throwing someone in the system only causes more burden on that family and on the individual who is using drugs. We know that the Allegheny County Jail is the deadliest jail in the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We know that there is no adequate treatment for substance use disorder and mental health in the jail. So I don't believe that I've ever seen any evidence scientific proof that putting someone into the system, putting someone into jail, giving them a criminal record actually has ever helped anyone. Instead, again, they have the risk of death. They have the risk of their mental health deteriorating. They have their family who's now having to pay to support them while they're in jail, whether that's through giving them money for commissary or putting money on their books.
Just leave them out in the streets to get high and get high and high and high. It doesn't help either, does it?
No, absolutely not. But what I'm saying is the system, we know. We have evidence that shows that that doesn't work.
No, you're right.
Well, we also have evidence of showing what it does work is where we have overdose prevention centers. There are 2 in New York City that have been wildly successful, that have reversed hundreds of overdoses and prevented countless diseases and connected people with treatment, with the mental health support.
Canada has them too.
Canada has them too. Australia has them throughout Europe. We have seen evidence-based solutions to this problem.
But your friend Paul Zeiss and others would suggest it's a ridiculous waste of time. You're just enabling them, as you know.
Sure, but again, I'd like to hear any of those people who say that have a better solution, because what I do know is over and over again, we give more and more money to police, in jails, in courts, and that does not support any family. What does support families is keeping their loved ones alive and giving them the resources that they need to stay alive and be successful and participate in their family again. But I do not believe in tax dollars being used for the purposes of reconnecting someone who's using drugs with his wife who's been looking for him. I think that's something that his recovery will get him when he gets to stay alive and get connected with resources to experience that recovery. Because when I started my recovery, my whole family and all of my friends started that recovery with me. But I wasn't ready for that until I was ready for that.
Tony, jump in. What do you say?
I think she just revealed the total failure of government, of every elected official in Allegheny County's failure to address this problem. Just that statement alone, saying that I don't think I've seen any evidence of that having helped anybody ever. Well, I can bring you personally to several people that would not have gotten clean and started living the life they were meant to live before I had put them in the system. And I'm going to ask a question. Did Bethany voluntarily put herself into rehab before she got arrested, or was it after she got arrested that she decided rehab was the way to go? Because I think it was the second.
Go ahead, Bethany.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because I went to numerous rehabs. I was in jail numerous times, and none of those things worked. I am in recovery now despite my incarceration, not because of it. I am in recovery now because of the support that I had, the resources that I got connected to from my family and my friends after I got out of jail, not because of any resources that happened while I was incarcerated. And I won't dispute that I also know people who the last time they used was the day that they went to jail last. That is absolutely a fact, Tony. I will not ever dispute that there are not instances of that, but I know overwhelmingly of more incidences of people whose entire lives got turned upside down because of one single interaction with the system. And that's even before they're convicted of a crime that they're accused of. They are thrown in jail. Their entire lives are thrown upside down. They lose their job and their kids and their car. I
don't believe that throwing somebody that's using drugs so out of control that they come in contact with law enforcement, that the law enforcement contact was what caused them to lose their jobs. And I think we're getting away from what's really
I got to interrupt you both because we're out of time. Here's what I want to do. You just gave me my next video. All three of us are going to meet and go. Are you guys cool with that?
Absolutely.
Tony,
yeah, whatever it takes. Move the needle, Marty. Whatever it takes, man. I'll get out there and
I love you both. You know why? Because you both give a damn, and that's hard to find. And I really do respect and admire your passion and compassion. Thank you both. All right?
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Bethany, get a hold of Marty. Have him give you my number. I need to talk to you.
All right.
I will absolutely do that.
That's what we call the hookup. The hookup, sister.
All right, goodbye.
I'm cool with it. I love it, actually. Very cool. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis. I'm driving a Genesis. I love that car. I'm serious. I also love my man, Ryan, the traffic czar. Go ahead, buddy.
Thanks, Marty. The accident on the Parkway West inbound side, west of the 79 interchange, traffic has not been affected too much by that so far, but I expect some delays as the 3 vehicles involved and a police cruiser are blocking the left lane, and an 18-wheeler is pulled over in the right shoulder a few car lengths ahead. In Oakland, we have an accident at the intersection of 5th and Atwood Street. Crews are on the scene now. Other than that, your major roadways are looking good at the moment. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
KDKA, covered by Rhino Shield. Looks like paint and lasts for decades with a 25-year warranty.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland with some exciting news for baseball enthusiasts over 50. Have you heard about the Senior Slugger Program? It's a partnership between AARP Pennsylvania and the Washington Wild Things. Here's the deal. You can get 8 complimentary tickets for every Wednesday home game this season, and thanks to Burke's Food, hot dogs for $1. All you have to do is fill out the registration form at PAAARP@aarp.org. Batter up.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort. Now, I know you're probably spelling comfort in your head and asking yourself, is that possible? Am I just a really bad speller? Look, I don't know your spelling aptitude, but Skechers most definitely put the S in comfort because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has developed fits and features that change everything you know about comfort, like hands-free Skechers slip-ins, the ultimate in comfort and convenience. It's footwear you just step into and they're on, with no bending down. Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
As you know, I've had cancer treatment. The chemotherapy radiation jacked up my balance, big time. Got to hold on to railings, up and down stairs, feel uneasy doing any sort of hiking. I've even fallen a few times. I need help. I found it. I'm serious. Physical, Physical, game-changing physical therapy. One-on-one patient treatment at Physical. They're experts in dizziness and balance disorders, knee and back pain, cutting-edge technology. Physical, 412-457-8200. 412-457-8200.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Look, I don't have the answers to two of the most significant things we dealt with today, which are insane. That we had a woman on the phone for an hour who right now is sitting in an emergency room of the hospital with her severely autistic, violent son who she can't get treatment for. And she's been there 2 days, and she will not leave until she gets treatment. Can you imagine? Camped out in the emergency room of a hospital. And I got executives, big shots, players within that system saying, we can't help. It's impossible. There are no beds anywhere. Think about that. That's your kid. That's you. You're in that emergency room. Think about it. And then the second issue is the overdose issue and the drug issue. It's insane. I got to agree with Tony in that you can't just keep throwing Narcan at it. You just can't. You can't tell me that it's acceptable behavior to have this beautiful, beautiful plaza downtown, PPG Place, infested with, and that's the words other people use, not me, but inhabited by, better choice, folks who are stoned, passed out, or overdosed. It just doesn't work. Hopefully, we can come to some reasonable solution with folks like Bethany and Tony. My man Colin, what's up?
What's going on?
How you doing?
Yeah, that was compelling, that woman. I felt just terrible for her.
What the hell? Well, of all people, and maybe you don't know, but I do, and it's amazing what this young man to my left has done for his kids. And you see the struggle. You would do anything. You would die right now for your kids.
Oh, absolutely. What hit me was when you asked her about Western Psych and those other places, and she just flatly said, well, they don't have any beds. They turned me away.
I have a text from them. They don't.
So
there are no beds, brother.
This. You know what this reminded me of in a weird way? You know, whenever people are fleeing when there's a hurricane about to happen?
Yes.
And you just keep driving and driving and driving until there's an empty hotel room? It's like kind of what she has to do.
Well, did you hear, Patrick, she said, how long did she camp out in Philadelphia at the Children's Hospital? 3 days.
3 days.
Yeah.
She's been here since Sunday.
Well, and the other thing, too, is...
It's 3 days right now. It's Sunday at 2, so it's right at 2.
You know, I have a son who's on the autism spectrum. Right. It's obviously not as severe as her son. But that said, the main overriding point, too, is, like, I don't want this to happen.
Right.
This is how...
It's true. It's a
this
great
is
point.
what he is. What am I supposed to do? Not love him as my kid? Or am I not supposed to get care for him?
Did you hear what she said about the murder-suicides?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Crap.
But what is she just supposed to give up? Like, they tell you all the time, whenever, no matter what, if your child has no health deals or whatever, you're your best advocate for your child. Everybody knows that.
Yep.
So, like, she's advocating for her child, and she will till the day that she dies. So I just don't know why there's no social service, why there's nothing.
It's unbelievable.
Somebody can't help this lady who obviously has an extenuating circumstance.
Right on.
There's not a lot of people in her shoes.
And no one's trying to help connect the dots.
Right.
But they admit, though, I have texts from presidents of 2 hospitals this morning saying she's right. We can't help kids. Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
No.
So
and you punch a wall, what the hell's that going to do but break your hand? Yeah. I don't know, man.
Yeah, so she's just in a holding pattern, you know?
Now, I just got a text from the folks at UPMC. They're all over this. They do not have room locally, but they'll find a place for this kid. And she sent me a text, Patrick. Mm-hmm. She's surrounded by people right now from Washington Hospital who give a damn and want to help her. But still, there are parents out there calling right now who are all alone, don't have Marty Griffin, don't have a talk show, don't have anything, and they're scared to death.
Well, they should be. Like, our system isn't working right. And it's like, you posted the video, no matter how, if we differ in opinion on the people that are in Market Square, right. And we do,
right.
No matter where we go with it, one of the root causes is access to mental health care that we can agree on.
Hell yeah.
And the fact that people don't have access to it is a gigantic thing. You and I it couldn't be more divergent in some of our opinions on that. But one of the things that we agree on is access to mental health care and how we're not seeing an exponential growth in access to it is mind-numbing
for anything, actually. I don't know what to say about it. And then regarding Market Square, this ridiculous crap that even now we had 40 kids. It was a Thursday night.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that.
Beat the hell out of each other with folding chairs.
You know what else? It ain't summer yet.
Right.
They were in school that day.
Come on.
It ain't summer yet.
Come on, man.
That's when it jumps off. And that's coming up in a couple weeks.
It's unbelievable.
We're not even there. Like I heard Schwartzwalder talk about the budget's gone.
Gone.
By
40%.
July 1st, it's gone.
Gone. They're overtime, 40%. I don't know. But the thing about, I get irritated with the city because you always hear Gainey saying they're doing a wonderful job, but they're really not. I mean, when you got 40 kids beating the hell out of each other with chairs in Market Square, you haven't done enough work.
Well, no. And here's the other thing. If you ever pay attention downtown.
Come on, man.
The bus stop by the T station.
Oh, yeah.
On
Ding,
Penn.
ding, ding.
So they scatter people away from there, and then they just migrate somewhere else in a gigantic pack. It's like bees that go around in a swarm.
No, it's true.
Then they'll screw around at Market Square. Then they'll go down to the Point. Then they'll go. And you can't tell kids to scatter if they're not up to anything bad, but you can see it coming, and you can feel it coming a lot of times.
Yep.
Like that T station. Right at the Steel Plaza or whatever. Not Steel, the one on
Wood Street.
On Wood Street, the Wood Street T station. It is just nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
All the time.
Oh, yeah.
It just is.
A lot of kids looking for a lot of fights.
Yeah,
And it has been that way for a long
For a
time.
long time. At least 10 years, maybe 15. All right. Colin is next. Bringing it.
People, listen to me, please.
You want to hear what I have to say?
Your voice.
My voice.
Voice my displeasure.
The loudest voice
Is heard.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's our chance to use our voice.
Here.
Thank you for giving us a voice.
100.1 FM.